Yeah, the bones being right here is so annoying. Gotta like shift click over them. Easy game. Why, that's easy. Fuck. Okay. Look at that. Not even gonna... Shit. Shit. Gonna risk. God damn it. Sweet. Excellent. Nah, it's gonna be a fail. Come on. Like a goddamn legend. Like an absolute legend. Prayer potion. We take those. What a scam. Please, just fucking move. Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? Hold on. Hold on. Test. It's like, it's so much louder in my headset than what this is. What the fuck? That's probably sufficient. Right.
But I think in the same case, they are revealing as well. People are in game how they are IRL. I doubt that. I think it depends. It's a window into the nature of people, yes. So pathetic, hiding your username as they know they'll get banned instantly. Well, it doesn't matter. Like, let's say they get banned. Okay, they waste $15 in 15 hours. They just wasted like 1,000 hours collectively. Like, it's a huge W for them. Are they really the losers? Yeah. Yeah, I guarantee you the people doing this are probably losers. Yeah, 100%. Like, losers in terms of, like, society, right? They can be happy personally, but, like, if you look at, like, you know, like, you look at a checklist of, like, things that you're supposed to have for society, I'm pretty sure these people would have a lot of empty boxes. That's all I'm really trying to get at. My game isn't that important. It's not that important, you're right. But at the same time, if it wasn't that important, then they wouldn't get the joy out of doing it. If you waste a person's 100 hours in a game, 200 hours in a game, that's gonna matter. Yeah, they're wasting people's time. That's important. Yeah, exactly. It's just that simple. Maybe on a mission to get everyone off WoW because they hate Blizzard. Oh, they're on a mission to get everybody off WoW? Yeah, sure. Time is the most valuable resource. I agree, absolutely. Exactly, they enjoy knowing they wasted somebody's time. Yeah, it's just that simple. Being flippant of other people and their time says something about you. Well, like, I just think that a lot of people that have, like, this mindset, they can't comprehend the idea of a person who just simply doesn't care about what their approval is. Like, these people know everybody hates them and they think it's funny. You're not going to shame them into doing something that you want because they think it's funny whenever you get mad. It's like you throw a pig in shit. It's not going to complain. Loads of people will be doing this. You kite mobs to low-level areas. Exactly. I used to think this shit was funny as fuck whenever I was younger, to be honest. I would have too. I'll be honest. I would have too. I would have thought this was the funniest fucking thing whenever I was a kid. Absolutely. And also, I would have never done it if I thought I could get banned. And that's why you need to have consequences. Because the moment that you apply actual consequences, people stop doing this. What made you change your views? I mean, I don't really have a change of my views. I just understand that, like, so there are a lot of things that you can do that, like, you know, it would be bad if everybody did this, you know?
Damn.
It's like, you can have a larger perspective of, like,
oh my god.
Okay, I think this is funny.
See,
but if
they should remove these fucking
this,
teleport tabs in this, like...
Does that make sense?
It ruins the minigame. Like,
so, like, I think that's what you get whenever you,
so
you're
stupid.
older, right? You have a better perspective on things, and it's like, yes, obviously, like, this is funny.
It's completely
but
random.
We can't have people do this. Disagree, people do it even with consequences. Look at League, you know how toxic you get banned or supported. People are still toxic as fuck. Of course they're still toxic, but I bet it's at a lower rate. That's all I'm saying. What consequences if they get banned? Make a new account and go again. Of course there's gonna be lower consequences. Like, for example, no, I disagree. I've played online video games for a long time, and I remember the amount of people that would use, like, the N-word and stuff like that in, like, trade chat and /say used to be hyper common, especially in Kel'Thuzad. And it was very, very common. And then whenever they started punishing people and banning them for it, it stopped. It did. It fucking stopped. Now, it didn't stop completely, but a lot of people stopped doing it. Like, I would say it was like 10% of what it was. In the grand scheme of things, what you've acquired, in the grand scheme of things, what you've acquired in game has no value IRL. So to make someone upset about this is trolling a low IQ. You fucked up and trusted the wrong person. Get over it and move on. Well, no, I don't really think so, because it's like, how are you to define what matters to another person, right? That's very presumptuous for you, isn't it? For you to say that this doesn't matter. Okay, so if it doesn't matter to you, then how do you have the authority to tell other people what matters to them? Right? Because, like, you're clearly doing something that's malicious, right? And again, I don't even think the people, you keep in mind, the people that are doing this wouldn't even make that argument. They'd be like, yeah, no, we know it matters a lot to them. That's why we're doing it. That's what they would tell you. That's why they're doing it. Yeah, main character syndrome. Yeah, it's just like, it's so weird. People can never, like, it's always weird that the people who preach a lot of language and like conversations about like empathy oftentimes don't have empathy for people that they view are wrong-headed. Like, you know, because like in my mind, empathy is being able to see things and feel things through another person's perspective and being able to identify how they feel and how they reached how they feel. But I think that oftentimes people that have like this empathy, it's just fake, right? They don't actually have empathy. They just want, they are sensitive and they're maybe a quote good person, and they don't have empathy for anybody who's not a good person. So it's like you don't really have empathy, you just relate to other people that are like you. Does that make sense? Yeah, they don't have empathy, they just want to impose their moral standard on other people? Yes. But yes, I can easily see the way these people, why these people do it. Of course. Of course. It's not even a question. And I think that also, like, by the way, that is a bad thing. The reason why I think it's a bad thing is that it's a mentality that leads to no conclusion. It leads to no value, no improvement, or nothing, because it is like intentionally divorced from reality. It's like, I'm not going to acknowledge that other people feel differently than me. I'm going to just think the way I want to think, and then if anybody is different than that, then I'm going to be mad at them. So I actively think that line of thinking is harmful. It's pure trolling. Yes, exactly. They're more interested in punishing than helping people. Yes, of course. People that preach empathy are the first ones to attack old people that have different mentality because at their time it was the right one. Oh, about like old racist people? Yeah, sure, right? And I think that the what was the quote that's like something like this? I'm going off on like such a massive tangent about this, about like the philosophy or the mentality of the people like this, but like the quote where it's like, there's no greater moral delight than to be able to attack and destroy somebody whenever you think that you have like the moral justification for it. It's like some fucking quote. I don't remember the exact the right wording for it, but something like this. Yes, it's very true. People are always looking for a witch to burn. They're always looking for a person that they can act like, again, monkeys. Again, we are monkeys. And if you forget that, oftentimes you need to watch a video like this to get a reminder. I agree with you, but I also had an idea. If you're afraid to lose time in game, then maybe you should wake up and understand that it was lost since you started the game. I don't really think that makes sense. Like, and I'm the kind of person that, so like everything in a game, like if you accomplish something in a game, you want to be able to enjoy that accomplishment, right? Like, is it wrong to enjoy accomplishment that you have in a game or something you've done in a game? To want to progress in a game? I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, I'm not talking about somebody like, like, I'm not talking about somebody like having a mental breakdown over this. I'm just saying, like, yeah, somebody would be upset that it happened. It's like if you were playing a video game and then somebody walked up to you and knocked the controller out of your hand, you wouldn't like that. Like, I'm not sure why you're trying to, like, turn this into such an abstract idea whenever the common sense reality is right there in front of you. It's fucking annoying to have somebody go and waste your time in a game. He thinks he's smart. Yeah, it's so weird. People just like being contrarians. Yes. It's a nihilistic thought process. It is. Conditional empathy. You aren't worthy of my empathy because of X reason. Yeah, there's that. And so, yeah, I figured I'd watch this video and talk about it. I love talking about stuff like this. I love this stuff. I think it's the best. It's one of the best things that video games make because they have a pure, unfiltered, unrestricted, unfettered window into the dark soul of people. And I think it's fucking disgusting. And isn't it great? Isn't it fucking great to be able to watch this stuff? Yes. Zach, though, apes, not monkeys, because monkeys have tails? Oh, well, that's true, but also don't we have a special vestigial bone in the bottom of our hips that used to be a tail? Yes, we have a tailbone. It's called your coccyx or something like that, right? Interesting you bring that up.
Wow.
This video got people mad at Belluer. They hated him because he spoke the truth.
Hey everyone, so today I think we need to have a bit of a chat. There's almost a issue with the way that we do videos here where it's going to be like, hey, there's a new game feature, let's do a guide on the new feature. Or
Right.
there's a new bit of lore, let's talk about the lore.
Naturally.
And sometimes that means that I don't really have a way to talk to you about what's actually going on, even when we all can feel that something is a little off. I feel like a lot of our content, I haven't been able to speak to like what I think a lot of you are actually feeling, right, in the Warcraft space. So it's kind of...
There's such an important thing with games, and it's the vibe check of a game. And I think that that's probably the best way that I can describe the difference between, let's say, Cyberpunk and Starfield. Is like Cyberpunk doesn't just meet the vibe check, it hits it. Whereas like Starfield is like, this is a video game. And if the vibe check of a game isn't there, then the game just isn't successful, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. The style, everything about it, immersion.
Kind of time to do that now. Things are a bit strange right now. I mean, by most design metrics, the narrative around WoW has been pretty...
Look at this, bro. Like, remember back whenever fucking that guy in Warcraft 2 held the other dude's severed head up? Remember that? And then whenever they used to, like, you know, fucking like just like torture people and shit, the orcs used to do that. Yeah. And now we have this. It's a different vibe.
Good. The team have actioned on our feedback. So why do things feel odd? I mean, I'm surely not the only person who's felt this. I kind of asked a bunch of probing questions on Twitter, right? I got like 1,850 replies. It's probably over 2,000 now. I got DMs from people who I cannot identify to you, but I like wasn't surprised. I was like, whoa, they said that too. And yes, I think a lot of us agreed that something feels a bit odd. It seems that no matter what the WoW team does, people just don't care, right?
Nope,
It's
we do
because
not.
it's again, this is just a bunch of sissy femboy bitch stuff. Like, you go to BlizzCon, and yeah, there's like different people there, but like the main audience is fat dudes with Horde t-shirts wearing cargo pants and like sandals.
Imagine being a World
That's
of Warcraft
really,
player.
that's
Am I right,
the
boys?
heart of the
Am I
fucking
fucking
community.
right? Of course I am. I'm
And
never
now
wrong.
they're bald. Yeah, they were walking around 10 years ago and they were balding. Now they're actually bald. And that's it. That's the heart of the community.
And that's even when right now, we have more content being pumped into the game than in years. And from working in that space, like, I do get a very visceral feeling of what stuff's...
He's the only one I like, by the way. Ebonhorn is the only one I like. I think Alex Strauss is, like, she's hot, and that's it. Like, Caligos is a pussy. Nosdormo is just, like, just a weirdo. Alex Straza is just, like, okay. Like, who cares? This guy's cool. But the rest of them, who cares?
What stuff's like, as in, you know, we do content about gearing, people are like, gearing, shit and boring, don't care. You know, I get that immediate feedback.
I think also there's a problem where, like, WoW just has such a, like, the game has been the same. Really, every single patch has been the same ever since Legion. In, like, a very abstract sense. And I understand this might be hard for people to, like, think about because, like, obviously, like, 8.3, you had corruptions and, like, everything like that. But, like, really, it's been the exact same thing. Like, everything gets reset, you do the new raid, you do the new Mythic Plus dungeons, and then you get your Pinnacle of Gear, and then you wait for the next time for it to happen. It's formula.
I tried risking it. Bug run.
Corruption was so fun. corruption was fucking insane.
I know that
There we
they
go.
say that an angry audience isn't what kills your game, it's an apathetic audience that kills your game. You know, the people just stop caring, and now you've lost the ability to reach them again.
Yeah.
I mean, by Shadowlands, people were being sucked into this black hole of apathy, right? And Dragonflight...
Well, I think that people were still mad in Shadowlands. People were definitely still mad about the game, and they were angry about Torghast, about Covenants, and everything like that. But then, like, yeah, it's apathy that killed the game. It's kind of funny to see how WoW is pussified the exact same rate as media. It's getting more and more sensitive and whiny.
Yeah, no shit.
I unironically agree.
No
I'm
shit.
sorry, I'm gonna say it. I fucking unironically agree. I think that there should be a rule in WoW cinematics that a character can never talk about how they feel. Never.
Yeah, that's fucking funny.
I don't want to hear about, oh, this was stressful for me. Shut up.
It is good, but we've all felt it. It's a bit funny with videos as well. As an
Remember, like, whenever Varian on the Legion cinematic, he looks at his son, and it's just like absolute fucking raw masculinity, and like he thinks he's like, yeah, I'm trying to build a better world for my son and for the Alliance. And he walks out on his fucking airship and he's about to go to war. And then he fucking goes to war. He fights this dude. He fucking ends up stopping a Fel Reaver, sacrifices himself. Like, what he's talking about, like, man, this is really depressing, you know? At first, I was a gladiator. I didn't remember my thoughts. Now I'm back and I can't even spend time with my son. This is depressing. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, nobody gives a fuck about this. Shut up, man. Look at Anduin. What a pussy. Come on, man. The difference is the good characters used to show you how they felt with their actions. Now the new pussy characters straight up tell you how they feel. A good example of that, and this is a recent example that I think Blizzard did do well, was that that little troll, the Zappy Boy troll, and Sarfang. Like, that one was actually good. Everything else, not having it. Garrosh did nothing wrong. I will re-emphasize the truth of that statement. If Garrosh was still the war chief of the Horde, there would be a better chance that I would be Horde right now. Garrosh did do nothing wrong. He was totally in the right. He was the best. And Garrosh should have killed Thrall and Wad. It should have happened. And I understand that the game, again, they're being pussies about it, but they should have done it. Karen did nothing wrong too. True. And to be honest, Karen would have beat the fuck out of Garrosh, right? Like, I mean, let's be real. But like, you know, he got poisoned. Yeah, Karen was a badass.
For example, normally gearing guides do pretty well on the channel. This time, the gearing is like really alt-friendly, it's pretty brisk, there's a lot of ways you can just go and do shit as a player, and it's free from a lot of bullshit that's been there in the past. Put the video out, crickets. Leveling speeds, they're super fast right now with some of the, just, you know, doing things right that we worked out in a recent video. That video comes out, crickets. But, it's not like...
Well, do you know why? It's because people are just not interested in learning how to play the game, because it's very easy. Right? It's very easy to figure things out. There are so many tools to do it. And it's like, oh, how can I figure out this new system? Meet the new system, same as the old system. It's the same thing. People have done it so many times.
I'm sitting here to have a big whinge about, oh, the content's not doing well. Because I also know that the only content that we really do in this channel that actually starts to do well
is where you talk about the game and you talk about, like, the future of Classic Plus or something like that. Is that what I was going to say?
Is things like, say, the WoW team talking about the future of the game, like with the World Re...
What a rewatch. Yeah. Oh my god, come on.
Yeah, true.
That video that came out yesterday, or the video, there was a news video where I covered Chris Mattson coming back and Ian Hazacostas commenting on it. Those clicked with people. And to me, that really does...
Is it pre-watched, or is it the fact that I made WoW content for multiple years, and I actually even made content with Belior back in the day? And we had those exact same issues.
God.
Even then. Yeah.
Say something. A lot of people are in the black hole of apathy, right? They're past the event horizon. We just can't get them back. there are still people who are
Oh my
on
God.
the brink, and improvement isn't what they want anymore. What they want is something that's big, because the apathy is coming for them. And like with how the leveling and gearing content did, it's the same with patch 10.2, because 10.2, actually when you go through the interviews, it has really great changes to the game. There's great work being done in classes. I mean, look at this, Ultimate Penance. My main can do that now, that's sick. But if you watch the WoWcast, and you see what people's reaction.
But like, is that as sick as whenever, for example, like the Crucible Knight pulls out the wings in the second phase and he fucking charges in and spears you? No, it's not even remotely fucking close. It's just some floaty boy that goes up in the air with little wings. And he goes... It's like, what the fuck are we talking about? What is this?
Actions are, you just think, oh, it's all more of the same, don't care.
Yeah.
So it's time to talk about how WoW's expansion, that has the best player retention in years, is somehow not translating to people wanting to come back. It's strange.
Well, yeah, because it's like you make the same game for 8 years and eventually you're going to find people that like playing it over and over. That's just how it is. It's not really a surprise, is it? I mean, damn. WoW needs someone like Ultimate or Sephiroth to destroy the planet, reset the whole shit? Well, they had somebody like that, and they wasted it. WoW looks so dated. I think this looks fine. It's just the, it's the vibe, you know?
True.
It's the fucking vibe.
It is the vibe.
I think things are going to get to a better place, but first, I think we've got to go through the grim stuff. And there's one thing that's really simple. This, right now,
Youngest
isn't
World
many
of
people's
Warcraft player.
definition of Warcraft.
No,
I'm not
it's
saying
not.
that's the biggest thing, but it's a lot of it. Lore, right? Setting. It kind of all devolved into esoteric bullshit, didn't it? Like, told pretty badly. I mean, Legion, what was that?
See? See? This is the way it used to fucking be. And even Legion wasn't even nearly as fucking absolute raw and masculine as something like Warlords of Draenor. Holy fuck, that was crazy. Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3.
It was the big evil demon people.
Yeah.
And the biggest invasion ever. And then we go to their homeworld and take them down. And it's all charged with like Larian, Turalian, Return. There's all the cool
Yeah.
mystery stuff. Illidan's back. Velen.
Yeah, it's like, look at this, so fucking badass. Illidan blocks Tyral. Like, that was like such a... Like, can you imagine being a paladin and watching that cinematic where Illidan just blocks Tyralian's blade with his hand? Bro. It's just fucking sad.
Finally going to deal with all of the crazy stuff. So if you like the Draenor,
Yeah.
it was so good, right? It was big, you know, action movie. Shadowlands and BFA though, I mean, who really gave it to us? For a while, we all just went,
Well, here's a good question, right, with BFA. Is it if Illidan didn't get locked away in the Pantheon with Sargeras? Do you think that fucking tree would have burnt down? Probably not. There's no way that shit would have happened if Illidan was still in the story.
talking
Savant
about
should be dead,
speculation,
yeah.
speculation. But then people kind of realized, hang on, where's the meat? Because WoW was never really about light, order, fell, different parts of the cosmic chart squabbling. That's not what running around as a newbie in Darkshire was.
Well, I think that to a certain degree it was. It's just that, like, it's again kind of like the problem that I was saying with Wizards of the Coast. Whenever you get into like such an abstract form of fantasy storytelling because you're too afraid of your stories having any real life correlation, like you become so abstract in making such bland and boring stories that they're not relatable. Like, for example, look at the Onyxia questline. The Onyxia questline is very understandable, it's personal, it's about the interpersonal conflicts between people, and it's very raw. You know, there's not like this like big cosmic entity and like this struggle or whatever. And I don't think that's necessarily a problem, right? Because you can have bosses like Yogg-Saron. Why is Yogg-Saron evil? Because he's in, what the fuck do you mean, why is he evil? It's an old god, like shut up, kill him. Right? There's no nuance to this. So it's not like it can be bad, but it's just like the greater, I think that like whenever you get into like cosmic struggles and like the struggles of like different like cosmic forces, they're better told as like an abstract. And I'll give you like kind of a good example of this, I think, is Marvel, the current Marvel movies with like the Celestials. And like, there is no way that they can add Galactus into the Marvel movies and have it not be a joke. It's the same as the Celestials. They're just so, like, or the Living Tribunal, or some kind of like crazy, abstract, hyper powerful, like massive planet devouring like entity. You just can't, it's incomprehensible. You can't, like, these things should exist, but they should exist as like a shadow. I think that's the best way I can say it. They should exist as a shadow and they should never be directly interacted with.
It was
I think that's also one of the reasons why, sorry, I just paused fucking again. That's the other reason why I think the Lord of the Rings mythology works so well, is that you can watch Lord of the Rings and you can not know anything of the mythology of the game in any capacity. You don't know any lore. But if you learn the lore, it means more. Yeah, it's the Valar in Lord of the Rings. Yes, the Valar in Lord of the Rings. Does it matter that, like, you know, Gandalf's real name is Olwen?
I have no
been
soul.
Sent by Manwë, the Valar, to stop fucking
Oh,
Sauron.
never mind.
Like, no, it doesn't
That's fucking
fucking
mad.
matter. It's completely irrelevant. But, like, and, like, you don't interact with those characters. And they are a shadow of the story. The Orc Stars are born out of shit, makes them easier, not great. Yeah, it enhances the story even further, exactly. Is Mithrandir? No, Mithrandir I think was the name that he was given by the elves, but his actual name as a Maiar spirit was Olren. Olren is Maiar name? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for trying to correct me on something about Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Better luck next time.
Even when it was touching those big things, it was about massive, unknowable gods that you'll probably never see again. That, you know, you delve into their ruins and, you know, you work out crazy mysteries and lore, but, like, all very grounded, you know? It wasn't about, like, the forces of death having secret agents working in a kind of void sense who then...
I think this probably could have been fine. Like, I guarantee you that if the people that made the narrative for something like Hades made a story like this, it's a very different type of story. I bet they could have probably done a better job and the story would have been good. I actually think that, you know, it's again, a bad craftsman blames his tools. If you gave the From Software lore team, you gave them this story, they could make it work.
Blackpilled the champion of order to turn him into a massive fell doomer so that he can stop the Void Lords from coming to claim the soul of our world that I guess,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, is it a big battery? Is this a Halo ring situation?
This was the only cool part of it. This was actually so fucking cool in the cinematic. Like, whoever thought of this is a fucking genius.
Did the prophet
was
of whatever
actually so
go and
badass.
travel to the Ark to turn on all Halo installations? Because that's kind of what Zereth Mortis stuff felt like. No, it was about, oh look, demons, infinite army.
Well, it's also like you look at Halo, right? What was, in my opinion, the Halo 2, like, what the fuck moment? The moment that takes the story from being this big and makes it this big. The cinematic with Gravemind, right? Where he's holding the Arbiter and he's holding Master Chief there. And he's like, and like you finish that cinematic and you're like, what the fuck? Because you thought, yeah, you
I need to
thought
go
the
back
game
and play
was
the
this
Halos.
big, and it turns out to be this big.
That's what I need
So
to do.
again, it is not the problem because it is science fiction or sci-fi
That
or
sounds
anything like that.
hella fun.
Insane things, the War of the Ancients, an enemy so large it was unfathomable, testing the greatest heroes of the land, creating these epic, big moments, you know, be that Varian, be that Grom dying,
Yeah.
right? That lore that, like, it wasn't about the cosmic forces. No, it was about those characters, right? And those cool things.
Well, it's also about having characters that people like. And this is a very important fact that, like, a lot of the people that play Warcraft, I think, are guys that want to see masculine, badass characters. And I didn't like how they made Rathian seem like a pompous little bitch. At the beginning of they acted like such a weird bitch. Like, why are you acting like a weird bitch? Stop it. This isn't the Rathian I know. You're just making him act this way so it makes sense for Ebonhorn to take over the Dragonflight. Get the fuck out of here. It was so weird. He's always been a bit of a bitch, but he was more of a selfless bitch. And then it just was so, like, weird, man. Like, all the focus, like, oh, like, my pride. Yeah, Anduin punched him too hard. Yeah, maybe that was it. And it was so weird because, dude, Rathian is, like, one of the coolest characters, one of the coolest new characters. And I just think they turned him into being so one-dimensional. I didn't like that at all. And so, yeah, that happened. And then also, like, a lot of these other characters that are like, oh, this is a complex character. Well, yeah, it's a complex character, and I'm sure you'd like it if you were a femboy. The fuck is this? What is this pussy shit? What's going on? What the Rathian didn't care about anybody except for trying to do the right thing and making problems? Yes. Rathian was a chaotic good character.
I think what happened is the background, the speculation that we all started to have fun doing, they kind of misunderstood that and seemingly tried to make that like way more of the actual heart of the game. I mean, we all know there's order stuff going on, but like how many times in Dragonflight do characters just talk about
they should have had Razageth have a human form? Because, like, bro, you know, like, Razageth had a lot of kids and she was a crazy fucking bitch, right? Like, she was absolutely fucking insane. Probably one of the most insane characters Blizzard's ever made. So you fucking know she would be hot as hell, right? You definitely should have seen her human form. Yeah, she should be, like, ridiculously fucking hot.
With a capital O, and it's like
a hot, big titty
really
goth girl,
like
100%.
Because that's how I talk about
nobody
it
else
as a
would put up with her
lore
otherwise.
YouTuber. But you, character, you exist within that world.
Yeah.
And I think where this really happened, where it really stung, it was betrayal. It was changing, like, what the world felt like and deconstructing it and replacing the cool stuff with stuff that ended up being very mid. I mean, they did quite a lot of exploiting people's feelings for marketing, and then they completely fucked up the delivery of that. I mean, take a look at Battle for Azeroth, right? We get this really cool Metzany cinematic that's apparently the last thing Metzan worked on before he left Blizzard. And then what happens as soon as we get in there? Well,
he looks so good. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, dude, Greymane looked so fucking good in the cinematic.
For Azeroth isn't really that Battle for Azeroth. They, at lightning pace, go through like 2 expansions worth of material. They deconstruct and ruin so much of the fundamental lore that people really liked, and it just felt exploitative. And then you look at, you know, oh look, Sylvanas fighting the Lich King, and it kind of sucked that, you know, Bolvar just got utterly jobbed. But you then go into Shadowlands, and Shadowlands it doesn't even do a good job of like matching the premise of its cinematic, you know? Like, what did Bolvar do? He did barely anything in that expansion, you know?
What has Bolvar ever done? Like, Bolvar, and the thing is, right, Bolvar was a straight up G. Like, Bolvar was the one who called out Onyxia. He said, hold up, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is it, right? He fucking, yeah. And so, but then he just turned into being a bitch. This was obviously, like, I think this cinematic would have been fine if there was just, like, if it made more sense. I don't even have a problem with, like, the outcome of the cinematic. I just think that the way that it was done was bad. But, like, even, and, like, the sad thing is, like, even inside of the cinematic, there was, like, a really, really good scene where, like, let's be honest, everybody thought Sylvanas was going to put the helmet on, right? Everybody thought that she was going to do it, and she held it like she was going to, then she tears it apart. I didn't fucking expect that. That was really cool.
Sylvanas, we actually didn't even get that much of Sylvanas acting as a main villain. Zoval was kind of useless. We just did a lot of plodding around, you know?
Yeah.
Chasing the sigils. Oh no, the jailer's got the sigils. In one case, because we took it into his house. I mean...
Yeah, that was kind of a mistake, huh?
The level of messing everything up, but most importantly, taking what people loved of Warcraft 3 and the Frozen Throne, and then saying, but it wasn't actually that. The amount of things that Shadowlands changed, that, to so many people, was the big betrayal. It felt like...
Do you remember whenever they took the Lich King's crown and they turned it into this? This is the new Lich King crown, guys. I'm the Lich King now. Look at me. I'm the Lord of the Dead. Oh my god.
And I would say it pretty much was a bunch of people doing really bad fanfiction. But if Dragonflight is so much better, then surely those problems are solved, right? And that's the weird thing about the Dragonflight era. Compare the Dragonflight cinematic to like any other one, even the Shadowlands one. I mean, it's just, hey, happiness, dragons.
I didn't really have a problem with this cinematic that much. It's just that, like, it definitely wasn't like the same, like, look, it wasn't Warlords of Draenor. It wasn't. It was kind of dull, but yeah, it was not Warlords of Draenor. I'll tell you that.
The Stone Watcher dude who climbs up the big tower, then proceeds to barely really do anything in the game. He's not like a character or anything.
Yeah, when they
like,
fucking saved that stone
you see
creature.
Some of Razageth, who of course we just smashed down.
Shadowlight trailer, that was some
like
bullshit.
It did feel kind of like a whole load of nothing. And then you actually get into this expansion, and the side quests are actually pretty damn good.
It
But
completely
once
killed the
more,
vibe.
we're going around.
Yeah, no, the questing narrative of Dragonflight was the best that they've ever done. If you want to talk about like how it was designed and everything, it was very well done.
Some MacGuffin. Now, the Pillars of Creation were not strong, they happened in Legion. But it feels to me like, you know, oh, 5 pillars, 5 this, 5 that from Il'gynoth. Now we've got to empower the different Oath Stones. And you're just sitting there as a player being like, why am I empowering an Oath Stone? What is an Oath Stone? What if, like, something happened, and instead of going around the place turning on Oath Stones, whatever that means, we actually were, you know, doing cool shit. And then show don't tell, right? Like, it's one of the most simple things. Show, don't tell. And the amount of that being utterly violated by this expansion, I mean...
Yeah, like, again, like, look at the Wrath of the Lich King cinematic. Look at the Warlords of Draenor cinematic. Look at the Cataclysm cinematic. Show, don't tell. Shit's getting fucked up.
World of Warcraft storytelling is absolutely tell instead of show. And it's like, can they not afford to show these cool things?
Probably.
Are they not interested in making like cool gameplay scenarios in the game? It's happening to the extreme. I mean, you do some basic boring quest, and then characters just talk about their feelings with each other. And like...
That's right. See? There it is. I fucking knew it. Exactly. Fucking exactly. That's right.
That's another side of it too. What is going on with like the way these characters are being presented? You know? It's like even beyond problems of the narrative not being that well told via gameplay, you know, like gameplay being forgettable and just kind of bridging dialogue scenes. And these dialogue scenes are just characters, I mean, generically talking about the same shit every single...
Yeah, nobody cares, but remember whenever Garrosh called Sylvanas a bitch? Remember that? Yeah. That was great. And by the way, like, she was a bitch. She was, man. Like, come on. Everybody knows this. She knows that. And they took it out of the game. I think that is the... Remember what I was talking about with, like, mining canaries? Mining canaries in stories and games where it's like, this isn't a problem in itself, but it's going to be indicative of a much deeper problem to come. That was the fucking mining canary. Right there. They really removed it, yes. They removed Garrosh calling Sylvanas a bitch. Fun fact, warriors in Western society facing world-ending threats and PTSD don't talk about their feelings. Making all of them talk about their feelings is weird. True. You know why? Because this is a fantasy game. That's right. It's a fantasy game. And like, you know what, Thrall? You know, Thrall got to express his feelings whenever he conquered Durotar and Kalimdor, and he named Durotar after his father. Show, don't tell.
Full time. It's like, come on, man. Where's the diversity in our narratives in the game? The amount of it that's just, yeah, kind of toothless, feel-good nonsense. And the thing is, like, it's just boring. Like, that's its biggest crime. Even if it's good and well written, it just ends up being boring.
It is.
And this is an MMORPG. I mean, at best, you've got the likes of, say, Farak and Viranov, you know, where they're actually pretty compelling characters in their very short screen time. At worst, though, it's like all of the, you know, the therapy babble bullshit that's breaking credulity and, importantly, is just way too dominant. Like, balance is important. You can do that more... I mean, your cool stuff should be heartfelt, too. But, like, you can have that... I don't even... Because you see, for me, the problem is it's just so evenly applied that it's not even good storytelling. But, like, they can do the more soft stuff. But you got to balance that with some stuff that's actually got tooth and claw. Or else the soft stuff, it's just more nothing, right? Just the amount of time has been, I see, you know, I understand my feelings. I've now been accepted by the community.
What's this fucking bullshit? Who's this for? What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh, wait.
Yada yada. And it's just so generic, man. And also, there's an insane inconsistency, and I think a great example of this is the Night Elf versus Forsaken quests. Because, like, or even you could say the 10.1 campaign quests versus the 10.2 campaign quests. I don't know how this is being doled out, but, like, take the Night Elf one. It's essentially Lysander, a total Mary Sue. You may as well call him friggin' Wesley Crusher. You know, Trek, shut up Wesley, etc, etc. Just going around kind of scolding Maiev. It's like, yeah, some 19-year-old Zoomer, and I think Matt's actually working the breakdown that I'll be recording soon for this, but it's like, yeah, some Zoomer comes in, just kind of is like, Maiev, I know more about Fel than you, even though Maev's like this pretty legendary character who's been hunting demons and shit for like 10,000 years.
Yeah, didn't she get Illidan? Like, she kind of got Illidan. I feel like that's kind of a big deal. Like, like, it's a really big deal.
And it just feels rubbish. But then you go to the Forsaken quest, and the Forsaken quest totally knows what the Forsaken are. It's gritty, it's gruesome, it's brilliant. The Bronze Flight filled stuff. I mean, the amount of just like, oh, Chromie feels sad. Now Chromie feel good. Chromie hug leg of Nosdormu.
Who cares about Chromie? Who gives a fuck about Chromie? Why the fuck do you think I care about Chromie? The only thing Chromie was ever good for was doing a quest in Eastern Plaguelands. Western Plaguelands. Think I give a fuck about this character? Who cares?
Happy, happy, happy. You know, Nosdormu is sad and depressed. Then people do something for him. Now he's not sad and depressed. The end. And it's like, do you know what you could have done? How cool that could have been? And instead, it just ended up being more padded room soft bullshit.
Fucking true. True, true, true. Abso-fucking-lutely. There you go. It's just so weird, man. True, Disney game. Yeah, exactly.
There was none of the cool factor and the spectacle. And the thing is, I know Like, whenever I talk about, say, this image I brought up on Twitter, I was like, hey, I want WoW to feel like this again. And the next thing that I posted was...
Yeah. Yeah, oh, and by the way, you know what happened in this? The orcs broke through, killed everybody, men, women, and children, and paved the entire pathway to the Dark Portal with their bones. That's why it's called the Trail of Destiny. That's right. You know, a Burning Crusade.
An image, like a drawing of the Siege of Caribou.
Sorry guys, the Path of Glory. Even better. Fucking even better. The Path of Glory. Yeah, no pussies allowed.
To show that, like, World of Warcraft, when it's set on another planet with, you know, the Fel and all these things happening, it can still feel badass too. That's like the point. It's like, we want WoW to make us feel like that, not WoW to be what it's basically delivering us right now. So that's one of the big things. Cool stuff just doesn't happen. And it's not told by gameplay. I mean, even take Wrath of the Lich King, the whole situation leading up to the Wrathgate in terms of quest design.
And you think about the Dark Portal itself. I said this before. You know the two guys with the swords in the Dark Portal? They were meant to be the original Death Knights raised by the Horde to symbolize the Horde's control and mastery over the realm of death and to strike fear into anyone who sees them. Yeah, so basically I'll show you guys. I want you guys to see two pictures here. So this is what it used to be. See this? This is Teron Gorfine, the first ever Death Knight. This is what Death Knights used to be. This is now. There it is. Death Knights used to be fucking scary. It used to be fucking awesome. It would make people burn and bleed from their insides. They were the coolest fucking characters.
Take, also in Wrath of the Lich King, whenever
like
you're first
burrito,
pushing into Ice Crown, and they use a lot of phasing for this, so it kind of bugs out if you've got loads of party members, but fundamentally, like, you build up the Argent base, you know, there's like a big battle and everything, and it's got spectacle and cool factor, right? And that's the kind of thing that's just like, enjoyable. So much of Dragonflight's been nothing. And I think the Bronzeflight stuff, it's another example of what BFA did, where BFA just chewed through so much stuff and kind of was a letdown. It's like N'Zoth. Like N'Zoth, Ny'alotha, that should have been one of the most exciting things to have in the game, yet they blew through that in a single patch, and it was just depthless and rubbish. It's like...
I'm gonna say it again. I think BFA should have happened exactly the way that it did. Shadowlands should have happened exactly the way that it did. And the ending cinematic for Shadowlands should have been Zoval telling you that you got sent to the Shadowlands because N'Zoth actually won. He killed everyone, and now he's going to reset the cosmos to fight against the old gods. The massive fucking plot twist that would have been. And you come back to Azeroth, and it's been like 50 years later. Everything's ravaged by the void. Stormwind is full of like weird parasites and like these monsters. Oh yeah, it would be fucking insane. That's what should have happened. And would have made everything make sense.
This Bronze Dragon thing feels like another sort of a small version of that, right? So I think they've messed all this stuff up. And again, I'm not saying that this is, you know, the people who love a classic are sitting there reading the quest text, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying the tone of the world, the feeling of the world, the cool shit that happens when you're doing stuff on your character.
Well, classic is comparatively low fantasy versus like... I think that this is a problem with high fantasy universes, is that sometimes, again, it's like kind of what I was saying about like the Celestials and like Galactus, right? Is that like the power levels and things like that become so abstract that they're not really... you can't really appreciate them in the same way. It's why I think, like, for example, the best, like, Dragon Ball Z series were, like, the early ones.
True.
Where, like, before they just had, like, you know, this, like, insane, ridiculous fucking power. Like, now, apparently,
Dragon
like,
Ball
Dragon
was better
Ball
than
Super
Dragon Ball
is
Z.
so crazy, right? Frieza
100%.
and Cell Saga, right? I think Cell Saga is the peak.
It's just not there.
I don't know about that.
Why did Farak not try to burn down
Your classic Andy,
Valdrakken,
yes.
leading to some sort of crazy big scenario where, we defend the city when, the aspects are really pushed back and truly harmed by Farak? Maybe Farak and Virenov work together to cause a lot of damage to us, which then would fuel, so much more character drama between Virenov, Alexstrasza, and Farak. Because instead, what do we get? A whole bunch of characters telling each other things in dialogue. And that's just continually happened. And I think that's just meant it ain't cool. And World of Warcraft used to be cool. Now, it's not just that, it's also the game. And this is where I think I had a little bit of introspection as well. For a long time as a community, what have we done? We've focused on pain points. We've said, this has been annoying, I don't like grinding for that, this doesn't feel intuitive, etc., etc. Now, those are actually important design things, to be sure, and I'm really happy with where a bunch of gearing has developed, right? But we kind of got in this weird loop, Artifacts are big and cool, but, they sometimes they're a bit messy. Then we moved to the Heart of Azeroth.
Which was completely unnecessary. All of the feedback and changes that the Heart of Azeroth needed were were identified in the beta for BFA and the beta for Legion with the Legendaries, and Blizzard just ignored them until some point in the future. So yeah, I think that's also a big issue right there. Because I actually thought that the essence system of the Heart of Aspects, I thought it was really good. I really liked it. I thought it was fun.
And that was Blizzard's answer to a bunch of our feedback on artifacts, but it kind of missed the point, and it was a total mess. And after that, there's Covenants, which were kind of a really, really scuffed answer to...
Which, again, everybody said exactly what they wanted. Blizzard ignored it.
The problem of the Heart of Azeroth having a weak fantasy. And I know that because I know that was Blizzard's internal sort of reasoning for why the Heart of Azeroth wasn't really liked by players. As in, I've talked to people who were in the presentation where that was said top down, this is why it didn't work. We're doing Covenants because we're going to go really hard into the fantasy, and that's how we think the Covenant restrictions are going to work. Like, I know that happened.
Yeah.
And it's like, that obviously backfired too with the Shadowlands. But
who could have ever predicted that? could have ever, bro, how could they have possibly known that it would have backfired? How could, I mean, bro, it's impossible to know what would have happened in the future. Yeah.
Well, here's the deal.
Everybody
WoW
knew about
hasn't
this
actually
except
grown.
Blizzard.
Because we've just been reinventing the same wheel again and again and again and again. How does gearing work? How does class power work? How does this work? How does that work? We've just been sitting here iterating in the fundamentals. And the part of Dragonflight that to me is really good is I feel like we've actually arrived in some great places for the future. I look at the talent trees and, you know, you can see Blizzard are, by tweaking the placement of talent.
The talent trees are phenomenal. As a warrior, I really appreciate my talent tree. I think it's good. I think that the person who designed talent trees should be in charge of more things. Yeah. And they're only getting better. Yeah, they're great. I'm a big fan.
Talents and stuff like that, they clearly have more design tools. And they're doing loads of reworks and rebalancing, and that's really good, right? And I think that talent system can really go the distance, and that makes me happy. Same with gearing, especially as we move into patch 10.2. I think gearing's really found a great place. But WoW hasn't grown in the big sense in, say, where are class order halls as an evergreen system? Where is player housing as an evergreen system?
True.
Where is PvP? Like, why is it not? Why did solo?
Nobody cares about PvP because everybody who cares about PvP stopped playing WoW and they started playing Valorant. Or they started playing League of Legends. Or Dota. Everybody quit PvP that like really cares about a competitive PvP environment. It's an MMO that's always going to, PvP is always going to play second fiddle to PvE. It is a mini game inside of WoW. And the people that want to invest 10,000 hours into that, the main people that are still doing it have been doing it.
RBG's not happened ages ago. Why are there not new maps? Why are there not like new reward things? Mythic Plus, when's it going to get proper rewards? When is it going to provide experiences that work for more people? Mage Towers really liked in what, 2017?
Yeah.
Where, like, I know they resurrected it, but that's like 5 years ago. Why have you not like brought the Brawlers Guild back already? And I know they're probably going to do that for 10.2.5 or 10.2.7.
The Brawlers Guild, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I remember I would recruit people for my guild from the Brawlers Guild. I would unironically sit at the Brawlers Guild and I would watch people play, and the people that were good, that could like beat the shark or something, I would be like, okay, this guy's pretty good at the game, I'm gonna invite him to the guild. And I wouldn't even message them. I would just like, after they'd win the fight, I would just G-invite them. And I'd be like, what's up? So we got the raid on Tuesday, you wanna be there? They're just like, yeah. Okay. That was it.
Again, it's been years, and over those years, people have just got apathetic and they've wandered away. Where's challenging solo content that exists in the world? I mean, you might say, hello, WoW Classic. Where are things like that? I mean, essentially, large, gutsy features that get people excited. And this is the strange thing, because it has bit them before. You know, they did the garrisons, and those kind of backfired because I think they were quite misled in their design philosophy. They've done all the, you know, the big expansion build around borrowed power things, which, broadly speaking, post-artifact weapons backfired. But
I liked corruption. I thought it was fun. I did, I thought it was fun. Was it balanced? No. Was it fun? Yes. It was crazy. Some absolute ridiculous bullshit. Being OP was fun, yeah. Getting it wasn't fun, but having it was.
I think what's happened is they've just become extremely defensive in their design. So to me, it doesn't feel like they've learned from artifacts and, you know, learned from all of these things, and now they're going to take a swing at something, I don't know, try to do some like big new exciting feature that's perhaps evergreen, lasts for longer, right? Stands to the game for multiple expansions. And I feel like they may be able to do that soon. But I think for a lot of people, as I said, so many fell into the black hole.
I think also, like, there's an issue with, like, reward bloat in WoW. That there's just so many things in the game, so many rewards in the game, that nothing in the game really feels meaningful or special. because everybody has something that's special. Like, for example, in Burning Crusade, and even in Wrath, but like Wrath to a lesser extent, but in Burning Crusade, bro, like, if you saw somebody on Asses of Alar, it was like, if you saw somebody on a Gladiator Proto-Drake, or a Gladiator, you know, the other one, Nether Drake, you're like, that's like, what the fuck, right? And so he's got all that kind of, and you've got all that kind of stuff that's like really fucking cool, right? You have those things that stand out. And I think that, like, again, I feel like it peaked in the Legion pre-expansion event where everybody was flying. Like, the Legion pre-expansion event should have been the end, right? Like, that expansion should have been the end, where, like, everybody has all of their cool stuff. It's like the last fucking scene in Avengers Endgame. Everybody's got their upgraded weapon. You know, fucking Captain America's got his new suit. Thor has his new axe. You know, fucking Iron Man's got his new suit. You know, everybody is ready. And it's like so fucking cool, right? Because everybody has all their shit, all their upgrades. It's like the end of like an anime. It's like the big fight scene. And then after that, you have to reset it. It has to reset. You can't just keep adding more and more and more. Remember the first guy on my server got Shadowmourne. He was a Fury Warrior and he looked so badass. Yeah, with that red armor, I bet. Fuck yeah. For me, a first special thing in Cataclysm was the Rogue Assassination Daggers. I loved raiding and farming to get the upgrades. The quest line for Dragonwrath and the Fangs of the Father, the two legendaries in Cataclysm, were probably two of the best quest lines Blizzard's ever made. Now, the best quest line Blizzard has ever made, everybody knows it, is the Scepter of the Shifting Sands. It is the best quest line in the game that has ever been made, and it was made over 15 years ago. And I think nothing has come close to that.
Of apathy past the event horizon in Shadowlands. And a lot of people are slowly falling into that now. And I think the problem has been that for those of us who were not close to the event horizon, we were able to pull ourselves back out and enjoy the good things that are there in Dragonflight. But for a lot of people who are too close to that event horizon, the problem with Dragonflight is that even though it is objectively better in so many different ways, fundamentally, it's kind of mid and boring. Cool things don't really happen that much. And like...
Well, badass things don't happen. Like, cool things happen. Oh, that's cool. But we're talking about things that are badass. Something crazy. Like, look at this, bro. Like, who gets excited about this? Somebody who has a deviant art account. That's who. Jesus. The fuck is this? What's this weird pussy shit?
Game design, what you're doing is you're making an experience that somebody is going to, I don't want to say have fun with, because
Rathian's dragon form, he looks like a little bitch too. I don't like it. You should have more spikes and stuff coming out of him.
Fun is a very narrow definition of what a game should be doing.
Like a little bitch.
But it's just that thing. We've spent years talking about every single little detail, but the big picture has kind of passed all of us by, and perhaps even the developers too. And maybe this is a fault of both, like, developers and community, that we all just got kind of so focused in these things, and it's meant that WoW hasn't, like, grown, that it's kind of, it's been digging itself in and out of various different holes. It's been kind of reinventing the same wheel again and again and again, hoping to get it right. But the problem is the amount of time that it took for that just meant that too many people slipped into the black hole of apathy. And it meant that the industry kind of passed them by. And now that means even...
Well, it's like you look at this cinematic and you compare it to the cinematic of Kadan versus Thamine in Lost Ark, which was like not even remotely close to the same level as Blizzard cinematics, but like it was really fucking badass. It was awesome. And like, dude, they didn't say hardly anything. It was just really cool.
Even when the game does good things, people don't care, because now good isn't enough. What things need to be is they need to be exciting. People are so trained that the lore will let them down, that the setting of the game won't be cool, that they're just not willing to even put the effort in. So now, if Blizzard wants to actually get people excited about the setting of Warcraft, it needs to be something big. That's why people really latched on to the to the world revamp thing as an example. Because even though, like, say, Dragonflight has done
So you really couldn't have a better fucking model than this shit, bro. This guy came out in WoD. Or no, not in WoD, in Wrath. Like, look at him. That's General Vezix. Come on. Come on, he's been in the game forever, man.
Even though, like, say, Dragonflight has done so much better, its narrative, like, it's been fragmented, it's been pretty mid. It's, in a way, for so many people, too little too late from a big company that doesn't feel humble. I mean, imagine if in FF14 they decided to lock parts of the MSQ behind different reputations at various different stages of progress. It would be a fragmented, confusing experience. So even when good things are done, a lot of people don't even see them, you know? And I guess there's another elephant in the room here, and that's Blizzard.
And the shields are too small. This is pathetic. Bro, go back and look at the Bulwark of Azeroth. Look at the Face of Death. Even that was kind of a small shield, but it was bigger than this piece of shit. Look at the Shieldbreaker's Bulwark from Felmist. Remember that? How about the shield from Malagos? It was fucking massive.
And I guess there's another elephant in the room here, and that's Blizzard. Because now Blizzard is synonymous with greed more than anything else, and that is the opposite of the past. Because right now, in a world where...
I actually don't agree with this. I think every company, people have bad... There are detractors for every company. It doesn't really matter. The reason why this is happening is because people aren't that interested in the story. Nobody cares about what the company does. Like, oh, Bobby Kotick... Right? If the game's good, nobody cares. You saw that with the excitement around Diablo 4 before it came out.
People are really struggling to engage with Warcraft. Outside of a few of us who are still pretty attached to Modern and a bunch of people that are really enjoying Classic Hardcore, they're struggling to get the broad word out, right? And right as that's happening, and we've had the win of the traders, the trading post, oh, we see them turn the screw in the monetization. They turn it more and more and more and more and more.
I cannot even begin to start to think about the possibility of giving a fuck about traders' tenders going on the fucking store whenever you can literally buy gold. You can buy gold and buy carries for everything in the fucking game, but somehow this is beyond the pale. Somehow this is a bridge too far. Oh my god. Doing 15... now I don't have to do 15 pet battles. I can just pay $5. This was too much for you. This is the straw that broke the can. Get the fuck out of here. Who cares? It's what you get. Everything after the WoW token, it's what you fucking get. Integrity went out the window whenever you were able to buy gear and buy gold. Went out the window.
To the point where now, we have the most expensive transmog set that's ever came out. Look.
I cannot give a fuck. This is what the community wanted. They wanted this. And they got it. You get what you fucking deserve. I tried to stop this. I did. Nobody wanted to listen.
It's pretty bad, but you clearly know that it's priced that way because of the 500 bonus traders tender.
Yeah, it's a value add.
You know it's not a bonus. There's a reason why that not particularly great looking transmog is the most expensive one there. It's because the trader's tender is priced in. And it's priced in, you get 500. Why? Because the matching staff is on the store for 500 tender. It's like, come on. We all know what's going on here.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cute.
That perception thing.
Oh, that's so cute. I haven't seen
this. For a lot of those people who are almost at the event horizon, that's going to push them over. They'll be sucked in, and it'll be next to impossible to bring them back. And so I think that's what's going on right now. I think fundamentally we've improved loads of things. Loads of their stories have got better, but they've lacked the big cool factor, and they've lacked big cool new features that will make people feel like there's enough.
Well, because they can't implement a cool new feature without making it ruin the game. Because they're unable to adapt to feedback fast enough. Like, that's the problem. It's like, they're like, yeah, so we made this new car, and so it's like fucking electric and shit, and there's like a dashboard on it, and you can like put on, you know, make an Uber order on the thing, and it's self-driving and everything, and then also it's like super shiny, you never need to clean it, it's like really good, and then a player base is like, it's only got 3 wheels. Oh, look, I mean, listen, everybody, listen, I mean, does every car need to have 4 wheels? Okay, so does every car, look, all right, if every car has 4 wheels, can we really innovate as an automobile developer industry again? You know, because we can't have 4 wheels on every car. I mean, it seems kind of boring, right? You've got to take chances, right? And that's what happens. Don't you guys have wheels? Yeah, it's okay. Just drive to the left more.
You know, to have them warranted, you know, be warranted to come back. And I think people in the WoW team may be like, what the fuck, dude? We're putting out more patches than we've ever put out. We're trying so goddamn hard. We have so many teams working in parallel and so much content. What more could you people want? And I think this is the bit where it becomes really goddamn challenging. Like, even think about recent games that have came out. I know, like, Starfield, some people love it, some don't, whatever. But
Starfield has the same vibe. Jesus.
But before that, Armored Core.
Armored Core, bro. Like, remember the beginning of this? Where it's like 621, let's give you a reason to live again. And they fucking steal a mech, and you're like doing like different missions for corporations. Oh, it was so fucking badass. And at the end of it, you destroy a planet. Oh, it was so good.
Before that, Baldur's Gate, which is probably quite relevant to a lot of the WoW audience. There are so many games out there. The market is so competitive. And even though some big AAAs have been disappointments, like, others have been incredible. There's loads of fantastic indies. Like, this has been an insanely good year for video games. And that means that being a 7 out of 10 isn't good enough.
That's right.
It's clearly not good enough anymore. There needs to be a big, exciting cinematic.
There it is, bro. I remember I woke up in the morning and I watched this video on my phone, and I got up and I told my mom, I said, the new cinematic is out. And she's like, really? I said, yeah, let's watch it. And I watched it again with my mom in her room. Fuck yeah. It was so good, dude. Fucking insane.
That reminds people why they like Warcraft again.
Yeah.
Something that feels like the WoD cinematic, or even the BFA cinematic, that feels like, say, the art of the Battle of Karabor, or the art that they commissioned to celebrate Classic.
This was okay.
You know, Classic Hardcore.
Yeah.
Like, that's the Warcraft that almost everyone fell in love with, right?
And it's also like, it's not like Blizzard can't do this. Like, the artwork for Diablo, like, especially, like, not the in-game artwork, but like the out-of-game artwork that they do, like the Diablo 4 artwork, I think it's fucking insane. It's so good. I love it.
To be honest, in a way,
so I
feel like they know this too. I think that's the thing. They know this too. There's been a fair amount of internal discussion on that team, from what I understand, about the direction of the game, and quite a few people on that team, I think, are not particularly interested in. You know, they're more interested in the kind of, well, Dragonflight storytelling, because as much as, you know, Ian's talked about how it's amazing to you know, to be working with Chris again, and I believe that, and you know, there's been quite a lot of buzz about that lately. I've also heard 1 or 2 bits of buzz on the grapevine that some people are really frustrated by it because it's no longer the WoW that they want to work on. But the thing is, it's like, well, Natson kind of did establish WoW, and I think
you got to keep in mind that, like, it's not your game. It's the game. A lot of these, and this is the problem that certain people have, right, is they have this ego. This is the same ego that led them to fuck up Game of Thrones. It's the same ego that leads them to fuck up The Witcher. It's the ego that you think that you know better than the guy that is the reason why you have a job. No, you don't. No. And again, every once in a while, they do it right, and it's okay. That hit hard? Yeah, that's all there is to it. Like, for example, go watch Sin City. Look at the graphic novel. It's the same fucking thing. And it was an amazing movie. Yeah, look at One Piece. One Piece is such a great example. The One Piece live action was like the guy, I don't really watch One Piece, so I don't know a lot about it. But like, I know that the guy that made One Piece was like extremely invested in this. It wasn't amazing. It was amazing because it attracted a new audience. It attracted an audience of people like my dad. My dad brought it up to me. He watched the entire One Piece live action. He thought it was great. He loved it. He had to approve it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the showrunner understands One Piece. You know why? Because he's a massive fucking fan of One Piece. It's that simple. He's not making jokes about how they don't care about the subject matter or they're going to get rid of the main character. It's like, imagine if the showrunner's like, yeah, we don't like Luffy. We're going to get rid of Luffy. Well, no, that's like the main guy. You can't do that. Well, that's what happened with The Witcher.
Player base, they want the WoW that was informed by Chris and Samwise as two examples to cover, like, you know, art, tone, stuff like that. And yes, that means we're actually not looking for a super, like, deep, incredible, the highest of art experience. We're actually not looking for that. What we're looking for is a big fucking cool world where really cool archetypical stuff happens with a few nice twists here and there.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually what people want. People want to feel...
Oh my god, bro. That by the way, you know what this is? This is Thrall. That was Thrall right there.
Feel like the Grom and Thrall cinematic from Warcraft 3. I want to feel like the Warlords of Draenor opening cinematic. That is what WoW should be hitting, not renewal. Fuck night.
Oh my god, bro. Like, this shit.
Elves. Which has, I think, been the TLDR of the game recently. Thankfully, 10.2 actually handles Night Elves really well. So, I think all of this is to say, that's what I think, I guess that's what I think needs to be said. I haven't had a way to say this outside the podcast that I do with Matt, but not everybody watches the podcast, and in a world where almost all of the videos we do, people are just like mid, boring, don't give a fuck, don't care. Checked out at 9.1. Man, the amount of people who check out of the game at 9.1, kind of crazy. I think that's...
Yeah, that was the turning point, because that was when, so you've got to remember, like, that was the time that, like, Final Fantasy 14 blew up and it got really popular. And I think that a lot of the people, like, might not still be playing Final Fantasy 14 every day, but they moved over and then they played New World, or they played Lost Ark, or they played another game after that.
It's like the main, like, time period that I hear from people. And they just haven't checked back in yet, and they've looked at Dragonflight, and it's just like, not really, not that much happens. It's even simple things like, if you wanted people to be excited about a playable dragon race, you would not have made the Evoker.
If you wanted people to be excited about a playable dragon race, you wouldn't have made them look like little sissy femboys. What the fuck are you talking about? This is pathetic. Like, we had these big-ass, hulking, massive dudes in, like, what, Blackwing Lair? And you couldn't have that. You even got them as NPCs walking around. What's wrong with sissy femboys? I don't want to be one. That's what's wrong. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Did the Evoker well, but it was the wrong thing to do. Sometimes, right, it's not how hard you row, it's what boat you're in. Or, you know, it's like
yeah, I get it.
You rowed really hard, but unfortunately, your boat was facing the wrong direction. Yeah. And that's the situation, say, with the Evoker. Because what the core Warcraft audience actually wants...
See that? See, guys, see, it's right, it's literally, guys, it's literally right there. It's fucking right there, and you just, what the fuck happened? And even this one looks kind of okay, right? But this one looks way better.
Was those big, buff, gnarly Draconoids.
Yeah.
from back in the day.
Back in
that
the day.
people
That's
remembered.
right. Yes.
Free win. Instead, yeah, you created a whole bunch of esoteric lore that is tied up in order versus void. Like, I like the cosmological chart, because that's a big nerd thing. But that can't be the driving thrust of your A-plot.
Well, again, it needs to be a shadow in the story, man. It can't be the fucking story. It never works. I don't think it almost ever works whenever you actually, like, really interact with those types of characters. It doesn't make sense.
Right? I mean, not unless you are doing some incredibly fine weaving of your narratives, like, say, Final Fantasy XIV was able to do through, like, Shadowbringers and Endwalker. But we're not exactly expecting that from WoW. I hazard to say that that's not what WoW should be trying to emulate. So yeah, I think that's just like, that's the situation. They've been miscalibrated. They've been making things good, but they haven't been making the right things. That's like the issue. And I think, to be honest, yeah, like the evokers, those are part of it. Even look at the dragons, the new dragon models. Why are they so soft and friendly looking?
True. Fucking true. Absolutely. Fucking
Like when you saw
Spyro
bronze
looking
dragons
ass.
way back in the day, like, they looked dangerous. The friendly
they did.
dragons looked dangerous. And
Yeah.
that was cool. Because they did seem like some...
And he fucking kill you if you go anywhere near him. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Get the hell out of here.
Crazy bunch, you know, greater than us. But like now they're very soft. So why did you do that? Even some of the art. Why is Nosdormu so moisturized? What's the texture in his face?
Moisturized.
I don't know. But there's just a bunch of things that, to borrow something from Suramar,
That shit's fucking
don't
funny.
feel quite right. And I actually think I've stumbled on the thing. Dragonflight is mostly pretty damn good. But, in the words of that Suramar NPC, something is not quite right.
Yep.
And to not be doomer about it,
I don't think it's not something, it's just a game made for sissies. This is pussy shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know why it's like everybody talks around this. Like, most of the people that are really invested in WoW are fucking guys. They're hairy, bald men.
True.
Like, that's what, that's the main audience. And if you think it's not, go to BlizzCon. Yeah, there's girls there, sure. And there might even be a few femboys. But mainly, we're talking about middle-aged, hairy, bald men. That's really what it is. And this story doesn't hit the same for them as it might for a femboy. That's it. In cargo shorts, yes, exactly.
I think there's a reason that Metzen is back in a fairly substantial way. I do think that world revamp will happen, and I do think that they'll be investing time into bigger features. I think that with Dragonflight, they needed to get their house in order. And while they were getting their house in order, some things got a whole bunch better, some things did not get a whole bunch better.
Yeah.
But now their house is a lot more in order, and they're actually able to make content. So I suppose, if they're doing world revamp, that kind of thing, I suppose like that, guided by Metzen, who I think at least knows what Warcraft should be feeling like,
Yeah.
we could actually be going somewhere. And I think that's all I've got in the tank for this one.
I don't know what's going to happen with the BlizzCon. I have no idea. I'm not expecting them to completely fucking go and be like, oh my god, everything is better, everything has changed. But, like, I'm hoping that it will be at least a step in the right...
Look, sometimes, you know, it's not spawned by a piece of news or a new thing in the game. Sometimes, you know, I just see a feeling. I see a feeling in the comment section. I see a feeling when I'm talking to my friends. Sometimes I have to engage with that feeling, and I don't know, maybe this has resonated with you, maybe you feel kind of listened to, maybe you don't. Let me know. I genuinely do want to know. It's one of those strange things, like, I've found it easier to be closer to Warcraft now. I'm, like, actually, you know, enjoying stuff in the admittedly not a humongous amount of time that I've had to play, but, like, it's definitely not like that for a lot of people. So there you go.
It's the vibe.
What do you
man.
think?
It's
That's
all about
it for
the
me,
vibe.
though. If you want to see more, you can
All
check out our
about
news
the
channel. And of
vibe.
course, there's a bunch of content on this channel. I've really
True
been
and
enjoying
real.
the lore content we've been doing lately. And if you do want to hop back into the game, the gearing, the leveling guides that we did recently, I think you'll really find those useful too. Okay, that's it for me. See you next time.
There it is. Bro, I can't wait for a quest to bring Malfurion gluten-free elven bread because his PTSD from BFA made him gluten intolerant, but you have to get it from a non-GMO organic farm in Elwyn. You think that's funny, bro? Like, I don't think that's fucking funny at all because they're gonna do that. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. It's sad, man. It really is sad. I'm so glad I finally watched this. I know I put it off for a while, and it finally was time. There it is. It's a great video by Belluer.
We're back once again with more insane Reddit stories. I'm Shane, and my guests today, Ian and Anthony.
Hello.
Welcome
Let's
back.
do this.
The boys are back.
We are
Yeah.
back.
The boys are back and ready for some Reddit stories.
And now, Anthony, now you're a veteran. You guys have both been on here before, so
Yeah.
you know what's up. You
Yeah.
know the deal.
We got it.
Nothing's gonna surprise you this time.
Nah,
No.
just pretty basic stories.
No
They're-
terrible behavior that can be solved with years of therapy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are gonna be normal. All right, let's hop into it. First one comes from True Off My Chest. Got a confession right out the bat. First time I dressed up for a double date and my friend didn't like it. Okay.
Huh.
My friend Joel, a 20-year-old man, asked me, a 21-year-old man, to join him for a double date with Jean, a 20-year-old woman, and her friend Sam, a 19-year-old woman. Joel got a date with Jean, but she wanted to make it a double date as she wanted to introduce Sam to the dating scene in a more friendly kind of way. I agreed to it, but Sam wasn't amused by the idea of me being her date, but agreed because she was happy with just the experience. Why? Well, me and Joel are two totally different types of guys. He is the charming and athletic guy, while I am the chubby and more reserved one. Doesn't help that I am balding this early in life. The times I have met her at university have been while I'm wearing the same clothes. I have a set of clothes only for university, sort of like a self-imposed uniform. Every day is different, but I repeat weekly. So yesterday I got my hair cut as low as possible without going into shaving, fixed my beard, and I have to say I was looking mighty fine. Got out my brand new clothes. Now, today we had our double date after 2 p.m. I arrived late, but only by 5 minutes. Joel was texting me like crazy until I arrived, holding a rose for Sam. I am a bit corny, but I thought it would be a nice gesture. Joel wasn't happy for some reason. Jean looked surprised, but Sam, she smiled widely and her eyes sparkled a bit. We start our date, and Sam and I are having a bit of a blast. We decided to go out bowling before going for ice cream on recommendation from Sam. We got along, but not really enough to say I like her more than a friend. Maybe a second date solo this time would be nice. As we were hanging out, I could feel glances from Joel and small smiles from Jean. I know Jean is smiling because Sam is having fun, but I didn't know why Joel was so angry with me. After the date, Joel unloaded on me. How I was cringe for bringing Sam a rose, that I was there to entertain Sam, not distract Jean from him, that I dressed too formal and too fancy. I was only wearing a white shirt, flannel over shirt, and jeans with my Converse. He also said I should have stayed at home if I was going to act like I did on the date. I just talked with Sam, shared a meal with her, and went to get her favorite ice cream from her favorite store. He was there, and Jean was 100% on board with the ideas. I barely talked to Jean. He had all the playing field for himself. Not my fault Jean was more interested in seeing her friend happy. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a shirt with flannel, jeans, and Converse, that's as formal as you can go.
Yeah. I was, for some reason, like, just with the lead up and, like, the explanation, I'm like, he's a Redditor. I was like, I was expecting like a full-on like suit,
Like a
Yeah.
tux.
like a Dumb and Dumber,
Fedora.
yeah, like a Dumb and Dumber
Yeah.
like suit. But no, it sounded like he had like a pretty like casual sick fit.
It sounds like he was just angry that his friend wasn't wearing like schlubby clothes.
I'm wondering if this friend was hoping that this guy would make him look good.
Oh right.
And I think this dude showed up, and kind of killed it. And his friend was like, "Shit! Now even my date
Right.
is like thinking
Why
this
need to
guy's
bring
cool."
a rose to a first date?
Is that a genuine question you're asking?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah,
Because I'm like, I've never done that, and it seems like, I mean, like, I guess it's like it's a nice gesture.
I think it leans into romantic territory.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know about a first date.
Yeah.
Second date, I think that could be.
Yeah.
You need to
Yeah.
know. I would need to know the person.
Right.
If I
Right.
knew the woman and I was like, okay, she might like this, then that's a fun thing to do. But what also my head goes to is then she has to hold that.
Yeah.
I could,
Yeah, you
I would
take it-
probably give it to her and be like,
true.
you could throw it out.
You have to
That's
like
true.
take it to the bowling alley and then take it to the ice cream place.
She tries to set it down. It's like, why are you setting it down? You need
I
to
gave
hold
you that. Do you not like that rose I
Keep
gave
holding
you?
the rose while you bowl.
I gave you the gift of burden.
Some comments here. Reconsider the friendship. Someone else said, it sounds like he was annoyed that you showed him up on the date. He is probably used to attention and thought being next to you would make him look better. Think Duff, designated ugly fat friend. Sorry, just going based on your description. Girls care way more about thoughts and effort than just attractiveness. That's why you were getting the attention of both girls. OP responded, I knew from the start he was planning to use me to look better, but I wasn't expecting him to be rude about his date with Jean and blaming it on me. Lastly, someone said, LOL, maybe the only reason Jean agreed to date your friend was so she'd have an excuse to get Sam out on a date with somebody, and Joel is salty about it. Don't worry about it. Sounds like you and Sam had a nice time, and Jean is happy that Sam enjoyed herself. Joel is just being insecure. You absolutely should ask Sam to go out solo, even if you decide she's not for you romantically. It sounds like you guys get along well and could be great friends. OP responded to that saying, I think I will ask her out. She mentioned she was into retro gaming, and we have an old school arcade close to campus. Someone responded to that. Actually paying attention to what she said and then picking an activity based on that, this is the way.
I also like imagine because Sam is 19, like she's like, I'm really into retro gaming. Have you heard of this thing called Wii?
Dude, I still have Angry Bird on my phone, or
Yeah,
I
yeah.
still have Flappy Bird on my
yeah.
phone, on my iPod.
I'm big into retro games.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Slender Man?
Oh my God, it is like now.
Oh God, yeah. I feel like Joel should have come to him and be like, yo, here's the plan. You're gonna be looking real schlubby so that you make me look good. But obviously, it's unfair to assume that he's gonna look one.
If he was looking for a wingman situation, he should have told him.
Yeah,
But he prefaced it so differently.
yeah.
I mean, if you're anything but supportive of your friend in a double date, you're just like shitty.
Yeah,
That's true. Huh?
he probably didn't realize that was a red flag that Jean might have caught.
Oh, I'm sure she
Like,
picked
she-
up on like him like looking evilly over at him.
Yeah, I think it's just clear like this dude's a bit of a douche, and these two girls knew it. But
Also, it sounds like he was spending more time being frustrated about his friend than
actually,
being in
yeah,
the date.
Jean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe he's in love with his friend.
he sounds pretty great. So, I don't know.
Pretty good guy.
All right, here we go. Am I the asshole for singing a song at my gay friend's wedding and outshining him?
This is a lot of outshining, right?
Oof.
These stories here.
That's a good
Why is it
title.
important that his friend's gay? I guess we're gonna find out. But like, why does he have
You
to
don't call all
qualify
your
with-
gay friends gay friends?
Look, like gay weddings, wildly
That's-
different from regular weddings.
That's starting to be a new trend I'm seeing in these stories is when someone adds adjectives that are completely unnecessary to
Yeah.
the story.
But maybe we don't know.
Maybe it's important here.
Might
I
be
don't know.
important.
Hi everyone, this account is a throwaway. You know it's gonna be good.
Oh boy.
This is a 25-year-old woman. My friend Mark, a 25-year-old man, married his boyfriend James, a 26-year-old man, last week. The wedding was beautiful and one to remember for sure. However, something happened during the reception and now Mark is upset with me. So I came on here to ask if I was in the wrong. Mark didn't have any bridesmaids or groomsmen, but he did have a select group of people close to him to help out with wedding planning, which I was part of. During this stage, Mark approached me and asked me if I could sing at the reception. I have been singing since I was little, so I was honored to be asked to sing at my close friend's wedding. I told Mark that I gladly would. Well, the wedding day arrives, and the reception gets going soon after. After the speeches, I was called up to the front to sing, which, in my opinion, went pretty well. However, during the dance floor portion of the night, Mark came up to me, and it was clear that he was upset about something. I asked what was wrong, and he claimed that my singing took attention away from him and James on their big day. I was shocked. I told Mark that he was the one that asked me to sing at the reception, so I don't know why he was getting so worked up, and that I thought that he and James would have loved it. He stormed off and refused to speak to me for the rest of the night. For the past week, I have been
Dramatic
messaging
much.
James to no response. I don't know if he's reacting this way to just stress, or if something happened between him and James that he's taking out on me, or if it really is just that my performance outshone him because Mark thought it was too good or whatever. Am I the asshole? There's so
There,
much.
we need some. There's some context we're missing here.
I sang
what?
some song and it went really well, and now everyone's bad.
I feel like there's got to be a detail that matters that's not
Yeah.
being mentioned, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Still missing the importance of it being a gay wedding.
Yeah, no, it was that. Yeah, we
Never
would have
outshine
picked that up.
In a gay wedding.
So the verdict was asshole, which
With that context, that doesn't.
with what they told, right?
Yeah.
If someone told me this in person, I think I would just be like,
Weird.
huh. I wouldn't be like, oh man, what the frick? They suck. I would not really trust them, but I'd be like, oh,
Yeah.
damn, that sucks.
It's not adding up.
But the verdict here is asshole. So I think
So there's more context.
in the comments we are probably gonna get some insight. Someone said, info. Did you agree on songs and length of time to sing, and did you stick to what was agreed? The reason I ask is to try and figure out any way that you could possibly have upset him. On the face of it, the situation is bizarre. OP responded, nope, no requirements like that.
Requirements.
No
Okay,
requirements.
so-
They didn't specify anything.
Okay, but that's leading me to believe that she's saying like a 45-minute
Yeah.
song or something.
She's like, hold on, one more song, one more song.
She like did her whole set.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
She brought her band.
Yeah, with all her songs.
An
that were-
entire Radiohead album. Someone else said, there's a difference between singing a song and a full-on performance. If this were simply a song, she wouldn't be doubting herself. OP responded, it was just a song.
You know what? That brings up a good point. Why would you even ask, "Am I the asshole?" with what was written, right?
Yeah.
Like I would, if that was the entire story, there would be no reason to even question, "Am I the asshole?"
Right.
It sounds like this person came
There's
on
some
here
guilt there.
saying, "Please tell me I'm not the asshole, but I'm not going to give you full context that would show you that I was the asshole."
I think there's also, we're still missing context because that first reply from OP that said, nope, no requirements like that, 98 downvotes.
She's being dodgy.
Yeah, and OP responding, it was just a song, 83 downvotes.
It feels like you would volunteer. It was this song. This is the time it
Yes.
was.
Or
But
is it Mark
give all
and his
that-
friends and they found the thread?
Oh yeah.
They're voting it down.
Yeah, 98 times.
Yeah.
Someone else said, info. Did you pick the song choice or did Mark and James? OP responded, I picked the song. 255 downvotes.
It's seeming like this person just needs to volunteer what the song was.
Yeah, just tell us the
Tell
song.
us what the song was.
So, someone goes, info. How long did you sing and what did you sing?
They're just demanding it outright.
Yes, you were asked. I can't help thinking that there's more here to this story. OP responded, I sang Good Lookin' by Dixon Dallas, which has 244 downvotes.
I don't know that song.
I don't know
It's-
this song either,
It's like a country song.
but we have the chorus of the song. He's bouncing off my booty cheeks. I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. I kiss him on his neck, and then he kisses on my bussy. Call him daddy while I holler. Man, that boy's so damn good looking. Looking.
Yeah,
Yes,
play it.
we want
play
to
it.
hear it.
We didn't want to get demonetized by playing the song, but just look at those reactions. Get ready for a lot of talk about Bussy.
Okay, hold on. I not expecting like a country song with I've never heard a country twang say bussy.
Bussy.
Say kisses on my bussy.
Kisses on my bussy.
Okay, well so now it's making a little bit more sense.
Yeah, you know, and now there's a lot of context of why they said my gay friend's wedding. Like
That's
they knew
true.
exactly
They
what
knew what the problem was.
Did she think this would be like sweet and
You lean in closer and my heart starts to pound. I heard you sigh, you know I love that sound. He's bouncing off my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe.
What the
when he's
fuck,
pumping
dude?
deep inside.
Bruh, that's the gay. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. Jesus. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Bruh. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it.
inclusive or
I think this reminds me of, we had a story where a woman wanted to wear a dress to her gay friend's wedding that was all covered in rats and stuff. There's a meme online called like gay rat wedding.
Okay.
She wanted to wear a whole dress that was like, we support gay rats. And it's once again where it's like, hey, you're thinking you're doing something and you're not.
there should be like a there should be like a subreddit called like when being an ally goes too far or whatever, because
Yeah.
like this is like it's trying too hard to the point that you become like bigoted.
Right. What I love is she's going, he's mad that I outshined him. And it's like,
Right.
no, that's not what's happening here, lady. You
And she
sang
was
a
like-
song about kissing bussy.
Wasn't it?
Like that's what happened.
Did she also say that I was just too good?
Yeah, like oh, I was just too good. Like
I was expecting like Mariah Carey or something.
Right.
Man, like there's such a like, unless specified, unless Mark and James were like, hey, sing something nuts, sing something
Yeah.
crazy and funny and stupid, then there'd maybe be some leeway. But they were
Yeah.
just like, hey, could you sing a song?
Right, or if
No,
they
And
gave it
she's
home-
saying that?
That's vile.
It would be
That's
acceptable
nuts.
if they gave homework and they were like, hey, just choose any song, just make sure it has the word bussy in it, then we're good.
Right.
Just give us that. That's all we ask
Has
for.
to be a
Yeah.
bussy song.
Yeah.
This is just nuts. I mean, yeah, the verdict is very clear on this one.
Yeah.
And what makes her even more of an asshole is writing this post and being in this much. She's not in denial, is what's funny. She
Right.
was leaving out the information so
yeah,
on
she
purpose.
So
knows what she
obviously.
did.
Yeah.
Like she thought it'd be like she had to have thought like, oh, this is gonna be funny. Like everybody's gonna think it's so funny.
You sang a song with Bussy in it.
Yeah.
I think you need to go like, okay, I know the exact moment that upset my friend, probably.
Probably the pumping inside me.
Yeah, it could have been
True.
that. It
Yeah.
could have been that.
Part of me is like, is English not her first language? Does he not understand what these words mean?
No, she knows
She
damn
seems
well
to
what she.
know. She seems
I'm
to know.
trying to find some way that this person didn't know better, but it seems like it was almost malicious.
Have you guys ever witnessed anything as cringy as that at a wedding?
At like a wedding I've been to.
There was like at my sister's wedding, there was like a guy that nobody knew that was like really drunk and gave like a really heartfelt speech about my sister and her husband, and none of us knew who this guy was.
Your sister didn't know who he was?
I think he was like, maybe he knew my brother-in-law,
Yeah.
but everyone was like, what's going on? Who is this guy?
Damn.
And he was wasted and he was like crying and gave this very like emotional speech, and everyone was just like,
who is this? Damn. Well, that's incredible. That's an incredible story.
Dude, I can't get it now.
That song is gonna be stuck in my
Yeah,
head.
get on my pussy. I was like, I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night with that lyric in my head.
Next one. Ooh, this one already hurts.
oh boy.
Apparently Spencer was consulted on this one and he was like blown away. And I'm blown away already. Am I the asshole for deleting my roommate's 100-hour game save?
Yeah.
What the why would you do that?
Holy shit. Using a throwaway.
Hold on, which game?
Oh, Ian, I already know how upset you're
Is
gonna
it Skyrim?
No, hold on. Ian's gonna be so upset in a second. Using a throwaway because my roommate follows my Reddit account. I, a 23-year-old man, recently moved in with my college buddy, Mike, who's 24. We've both been avid gamers for years with a shared love of RPGs. When we decided to live together, we pooled our resources to get the latest gaming console and some shared titles. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was one of our mutual favorites. Mike dove in before I did and got incredibly immersed in the game. Over a month, he mentioned he'd put in over 100 hours, completing side quests, obtaining rare armor, and progressing significantly in the main storyline. A few days ago, eager to start my own journey in the game, I accidentally overwrote Mike's game save, thinking I was creating a new slot for myself. By the time I realized my mistake, his entire progress was gone. Mike was understandably livid when he found out. He explained how he'd painstakingly completed challenging parts of the game, and my mistake had undone all his effort. I apologized profusely and even offered to buy him a new game or help him replay parts of it, but he said it wasn't the same. Some of our friends believe it was just an unfortunate accident on my part, while others think I should have been more careful, given how much time Mike invested in the game. I genuinely thought I was setting up my own save slot and had no intention of erasing his accomplishments. But seeing how hurt and upset Mike is, I'm starting to feel like my negligence might make me the asshole in this situation. Am I the asshole?
No, no.
I don't think he's the asshole, but goddamn does that hurt.
Oh.
I mean, it does paint a picture of his negligence in some way. Like, what? I feel like it's kind of clear when you're overwriting.
Well,
it's pretty clear.
It is pretty clear. Also, what's I don't know which gaming console, but I don't know why they didn't just make separate accounts on the console.
Oh, like the login?
You have different.
Yeah, but if you buy the game on one profile.
Oh, if it's downloaded.
So here's a bunch of context. Someone wrote a novel in the comments.
Oh boy.
You're the asshole. We've both been avid gamers for years with a shared love of RPGs. When we decided to live together, we pooled our resources to get the latest gaming console and some shared titles. And a lot of not the asshole voters here don't seem to understand why this part is significant. The way the Xbox One / Series and PlayStation 4/5 and Nintendo Switch, all platforms that The Witcher 3 work on, are designed in a way to negate the need to use someone else's account to play any games. The days of having designated save slots for different people sharing a console died in 2013. On all modern gaming consoles, even if one person digitally purchases a game on a console, all consoles are set up so that any other account can play that game and enjoy it with zero interference with any of the save data of anyone else. Everyone has their own free account and gets access to only their own saves.
If it's downloaded?
I think so.
I don't know about that.
This comes from 2023 too, so this is a PS5.
It might be true. It might download to the console. I just haven't checked. But
by being in a position to delete Mike's saves, it implies that you are playing on Mike's account instead of your own free account, whether it be a PSN or Xbox or Nintendo profile. This is simply negligent. I'd give you a pass if you just didn't know any better, but you describe yourself and Mike as avid gamers, and this is how console games have worked for over a decade. So you should have absolutely known better. This is just complete negligence on your part. You are absolutely the asshole in this situation. Get your own account and leave Mike's saves alone.
I think, yeah, he definitely probably didn't change. At the very least, he didn't change over to his account. But still, like, if he hit new game, and then it asked if he wanted to, like, if he was gonna save, it would have shown all the different save games, and it shows a little window of what's been played. It tells you how many hours has been played on that, and he could have very easily hit new save, like, saved on a new slot. I'm guessing what he probably did was he might have saved like what I did with The Witcher, because you make decisions that can change, and sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't know if this decision's going to be good, so I'll save here and I'll save here and I'll maybe go back to this save. So I'll have multiple saves running.
Right.
So maybe he created multiple saves. Maybe he didn't realize. I don't know. I think it was definitely negligent.
It's definitely negligent knowing how Witcher 3 works too with saves. Someone said, info, how did this actually happen? Do you not have your own game profiles on the console? That's why game profiles exist, to stop exactly this problem. Someone else said, not to mention Witcher 3 asks before it deletes a save.
Yeah.
You have to accept before it will proceed. So, no matter way it shakes,
Yeah.
I feel like he had a moment and maybe he was, honestly, they're in college, maybe he was high.
Yeah.
That's honest to God, like my
That's
assumption.
true.
Like you weren't thinking right.
Right,
it's
just be on autopilot, just clicking.
Yeah, and it's like reading
Yeah.
terms of service, like that thing that pops up that says, "Are you sure?" You're just like, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably what the real issue was, and it's not even that he deleted the file necessarily as much as it's just that he just didn't care enough. He didn't necessarily respect.
Yeah. OP put in the comments, look, I fully acknowledge I messed up and I feel bad about it, but at the end of the day, it's just a game. I get the time investment and I respect that, but it's not like I did it on purpose. We all make mistakes, and while I wish I could take it back, it's essential for us to keep perspective and remember it's a digital world, not the real one. I hope we can move past this. 402 downvotes.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, saying like it's just a game like negates like the fun and the experiences and the story that guy was creating in that game, and now it's all gone. So now that guy has to then play the same like annoying parts, like,
Yeah.
and a lot of people didn't like a lot of people thought the combat in The Witcher 3 was like kind of lame, and so it's like, you know, there's parts of it that are kind of like they're
A bit of a slog.
a bit of a slog, and to have to go through all that again, I wouldn't do it. I would just be like angry and bitter.
Well, and also what he's saying there is like it's just a game, but you're also disrespecting your friend's time.
Yeah.
Like, that's 100 hours, and it's something that they invested in.
For sure.
Whether you think that time investment is just a game or just something silly, it's like, hey man, put time in that. That's huge.
And I think OP is getting caught up on their intention. Like, they didn't intend to hurt them. And I think that they're like, I didn't mean to hurt him. It's not a real thing. Don't treat me like it's like I actually hurt you in like a physical way. But yeah, when you break it down to the amount of time, it's really about respect.
Right.
And it's that he didn't respect him enough to care.
Yeah.
And I think it's easy to get caught up on intention and then start making excuses to be like, well, it's not even a real thing. Like, it's like I wasn't trying to hurt him. And
Right.
it's more than that.
That I was gonna say, up until that comment, I was like, he's not necessarily the asshole, like, because he's offering like, hey, I'll buy you a game. I'm so sorry, like, but stuff like this comment is like, hey man, all right, don't now disrespect the situation.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
acknowledge that you messed up.
True.
But it's a bummer. Last comment here. You're the asshole. He invested 100 hours of work into something. It doesn't matter what it is. It only matters how important it was to him. Was it a mistake? Yes. But I've seen you downplay his efforts with, it's only a game. And that isn't really the point at all. The point is the value to him, not to you. And that is why you're the asshole here. Someone else said, I agree 100%. Like, at the end of the day, OP, you are not a major asshole or a raging asshole. And it truly seems like a massive accident that you are actively trying to resolve, which is great. But to call yourself an avid gamer and then just dismiss a game your friend has spent 100+ hours in as simply just a game is quite wild. You should know that games can be a massive amount of joy for people. seeing you try to downplay that makes you the asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real way to resolve or fix it entirely, but it does feel like OP could have taken ownership of the situation and
Yeah.
said, basically, I'm sorry, and I realize that, you know, regardless of my intention, I hurt you, I disrespected you, and I'm gonna be, doing everything I can to show you that I do respect you despite my actions.
Right.
But instead of going that route, he was like defending himself, like, but it was just a game. It doesn't matter that much. If you really think about it, it's just digital.
Yeah, it is a flip from being like, I'm an avid gamer and I love RPGs too. It's just a game. Actually,
Yeah.
it actually doesn't matter and it's stupid.
OP said,
It's only a game. Why do you have to be mad?
This definitely hits home for me, and this is my fault. But I played The Witcher 3 up until like literally I was about to do like the final chapter, but I was like, I'm gonna get all these side quests done. Kind of got burnt out. I stopped playing it, and then I forget exactly what happened. I think I got a new console, or something happened, and I might have accidentally overwrote my save, and I lost all of it. And I was just like,
Did you replay it?
no, that game specifically can't. Skyrim, I would do it because there's like different things, but
Yeah.
Witcher 3 is an awesome game, but to replay it, it's so
very
much.
expensive.
It's a slog. Right?
It's very cinematic, which is cool, but it makes replaying it like, all right, I gotta really invest in this, and I don't. You spend 100 hours on something new. To spend 100 hours on something you've already done,
Yeah.
that's a whole other.
But have you played the expansions?
I never got to Blood and Wine. I never, and I hear it's.
You don't even need to play the actual
I know. Maybe I will at some point. Am I the asshole for telling my wife to stop crying at Home Depot?
At Home Depot?
Specifically at Home Depot.
I'm wondering if he said, "Stop crying at Home Depot."
I thought you were gonna say like stop crying at Home Depot ads. Like,
That's
like,
funny. This is so good. My wife, a 27-year-old woman. Sorry, you got me. My wife, a 27-year-old woman. My wife, a 27-year-old woman, and I, a 27-year-old man, have been making trips to Home Depot to renovate our backyard. It's become a little date for us, and we enjoy the quality time. In March of 2022, my father-in-law suddenly passed away from a heart
Date at
attack.
Home Depot.
I am very close to my wife's family and supported her through the grieving process.
Sounds
On
real
Sunday,
fun.
my wife insisted I skip NFL and go to Home Depot with her, as our order was ready for pickup. When we got to Home Depot, there was an extremely long lineup, so I'm already annoyed having to wait. Out of absolutely nowhere, my wife starts tearing up and crying in the middle of this long line. I ask her what's wrong, and she quietly tells me that the gentleman at the end of the line reminds her of her late father, my father-in-law, and she became very emotional and continues to cry. I got upset/embarrassed and told her to quit being so random since it's weird. Sorry.
stop being random.
Did you say so random? That's a tagline right there for you, Shane.
I know. I got upset/embarrassed and told her to quit being so random since it's a weird reason to cry, especially because the gentleman looks absolutely nothing like her father. I then told her she is tripping out for no reason and she ruined the vibe for Home Depot dates.
What?
On the car ride home, she called me insensitive and said it's not my right to talk about her father, even though it was obvious the Home Depot customer/employee looked nothing like my father-in-law. If it was a doppelganger, I would understand.
Dude.
Bro.
Dude. Oh my god.
Stop grieving, bro. We're in a Home Depot on a date.
Jeez.
So her father passed away a little over a year ago, maybe close to a year and a half ago. So, I mean, in my mind, for a lot of people, that's still very fresh.
Yeah.
Especially if it's your father. And things work differently for different people. Yeah,
Sure.
to him, maybe it didn't look anything like
Yeah.
it. But for her, you never know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that she was reminded of her father, and he just said, "Nuh-uh."
No, he doesn't.
You're not reminded of him.
Yeah.
You know what? You know that there's always like subtle things in stories. The one that makes me just know this guy is the asshole is on Sunday my wife insisted I skip NFL and go to Home Depot. I'm like, that's not necessary to this
You
story.
wouldn't do that, Mr. Broncos boy?
I would skip NFL.
Wow.
I
Also-
could skip NFL.
Big fan.
Did
I'll
he say,
just read about it at the end of the day.
did he say ruining the vibe of the date?
Yeah, you ruined the vibe of Home Depot dates.
The one that you had to beg me to skip some other shit for that I.
Yeah, the one I didn't even want to go to in the first place. It's so insane.
Also,
man.
I'm just now learning you can order, like, your Home Depot stuff ahead of time
And
just
pick it up. Or maybe they placed an order that, like, maybe they got some stuff.
Oh, it gets like shipped to.
We
Home
have to like get it ready, so it'll be ready in a couple days. So you come back and pick it up, maybe because
they
it's a
do
lot of heavy
also.
stuff.
Yeah, and if you order online, there are some things where it'll say delivering to the closest store.
Oh,
You can do that at IKEA.
Oh, actually, never mind. I've done that before.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I do that all the time. Yeah, actually, I'm doing that right now. Some comments here. Not the asshole, obviously. How dare she embarrass you in front of random strangers at the Home Depot? At Lowe's, I can understand. But Home Depot, no. Your standing there is much more important than her feelings. And it's not like you didn't comfort her. You correctly explained that the factual basis is wrong. So at that point, she really should have changed her feelings back to happy. As we all can do. You're the asshole.
That's very funny.
Okay.
I love that.
It's like, obviously he's not thinking about what is the outcome going to be if I say this, but I'm just thinking in his head, he's like, okay, I'm just gonna tell her it doesn't look like her dad, and she's gonna be like, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm good.
No, he was like clearly embarrassed.
It was
Yeah.
a matter of him being embarrassed and wanting to protect his own embarrassment.
Dude, it's Home Depot. Like, who cares, man?
You're never gonna see any of these people. Oh wait, maybe they go there every
They're
Sunday.
on their Home Depot date.
Yeah, there's no crying in Home Depot. Pretty sure they have a sign.
Try at Home Depot. You could just be like, oh, I got some sawdust in my eye. How are women marrying men with such horrifyingly low levels of empathy? Imagine breaking down over your father who passed away and your partner saying you're being random and ruining the vibes. I don't even have words for how much of an asshole you are.
True.
Yeah, the saying so random is very funny.
So random.
That's
It is
the most
very-
silly circumstance to say so random to someone.
And it's
Yeah.
not random at all. She explained exactly why she was crying.
Yeah, it's not.
He's like, he thinks it's random because it's been a year already.
Get over it. He's
I'm
not coming
over it.
back.
I'm over it.
Yeah.
I don't even miss him anymore.
Yeah, for him to be like, I comforted her through her grieving process. Like, grieving just ends after like 6 months.
It's like the process ended.
Yeah, it's over. That guy is like at least like 20 pounds heavier than your dad. Looks nothing like him.
That guy's way handsomer than your dad.
Yeah.
I mean, his wife was she was so respectful still, saying that he was disrespectful. Like, she could have blown up on him, said, you're an asshole, I'm still grieving, like, you don't have any right to tell me if I should or shouldn't be grieving at any given moment.
Right.
But she just says you're disrespectful. Like,
Yeah, she was actually being very civil
Yeah.
response.
And then this OP, he's going on here hoping that some people are going to be like, "You're right, bro."
Nice, dude. What a loser. Also, putting myself in that space, if I'm out anywhere and I see someone crying, I don't think like, what a loser! Like,
Yeah.
oh, how embarrassing you're crying.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. If I see someone crying, I usually am like, if they're with someone else who's comforting them, I'm gonna be like, all right, like, not my business.
Yeah.
And that's hopefully what most of those people at that Home Depot were thinking. Like,
Right.
um,
I wonder if he was like, dang, I have to comfort her. This is going to, like,
sorry, you're sorry. Like,
I doubt anybody noticed.
that's true.
that's also true.
Like, it's not like she was like, I'm sure she wasn't like, ah! Like, I'm sure she was just like, crying.
It's one of those situations where, and I mean, maybe it's sad to say, but I'm like, people don't care as much as you think they do.
Yeah.
Oh,
man,
People
that's
at Home
fucking
Depot,
funny.
they probably are stressed trying to get their shit done.
Yeah.
And that's what they're focused on. They just be like, oh, she's crying. I wonder what she's crying about. Anyways, I got these 2x4s I gotta buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
Yeah.
worried about. Someone else said, I hope you're trolling, especially with the vibe comment. You're the asshole. Grief hits at different times and anything can trigger it. It doesn't have to be logical. Even if the guy didn't resemble her dad, it reminded her of him in some way. It could be as little as a mannerism, a walk, or how they were standing, and it brought forth emotions. Have some empathy and compassion. OP, in response to a now deleted comment, thank you. I understand I was insensitive, but these comments are also making me think I was indeed being a huge asshole. 44 downvotes.
Oh.
Which, I mean, hey, he was acknowledging he's being an asshole.
Sure.
It's the best you can do, I guess.
No, he says, making me think, maybe
Making me
kind of,
think
sort
maybe.
Also, like, at least I was thinking about this guy in comparison to the gay wedding woman, where, like, at least he explained every part of it,
Sure.
and then we just like immediately knew the whole situation.
Yeah.
Whereas like the gay wedding woman was like, I sing song.
So, like a self-aware asshole in denial.
Yeah.
Rather
Kind of,
than,
yeah.
Maybe he was sitting there going, maybe I'm the one who's so random.
No shade. You're
so random.
Thanks, guys. This episode is brought to you by Factor. The busy fall season is in full swing, and you're probably looking for some convenient, wholesome, delicious meals. Well, Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit, is here to help you fuel up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals that are delivered straight to your door and can be ready in just 2 minutes. I am a big fan of Factor. I've been a fan of them for years, even before they were sponsoring these episodes. I love them. They're so convenient, and I feel great when I'm eating them. And right now, during this fall, they have seasonal veggie meals such as cranberry pecan chicken and apple Dijon pork chops. Sounds so good. I'm adding that to my next order. What's so great about Factor is they offset 100% of their emissions from delivery and use 100% renewable energy for their production sites and offices.
Oh,
Head
you-
to factormeals.com/pitreddit50 and use code pitreddit50 to get 50% off.
So,
That's
I need
factormeals.com/pitreddit50 using
like
code
lock
pitreddit50
device from this
for
activity.
50% off. All right, back to the show. All right, you guys ready for the next one?
I think so.
This is
I
true off my
fucking need.
chest. Concerned my daughter may have caught my husband cheating.
Okay. All right.
Damn, we got one of those left.
I was bathing
Strange
our
old
two daughters,
lockpick.
5 and 2, about
I
a week
need
ago.
that
When I
so
was drying them
bad.
off, my daughter was talking about being naked and how you're only naked in private and for things like taking a bath. I told her, yes, that's true. Then she said, that lady was naked on Daddy. I was confused. What do you mean? Daddy and that lady were naked there. She pointed to our bed.
What the fuck?
What the f? I asked her who the lady was, and she shrugged like she obviously didn't know. I can't think of what possible scenario she could have seen that could have been misconstrued as a naked woman on my husband. My mind was kind of blown, and I can't stop thinking about what she claims she saw. He's on his phone a lot, always texting people. I haven't asked him why he's always
The
has his
fuck?
phone glued to him, even in the shower. I feel uncomfortable demanding he hand over his phone. He gets up very early to go to the gym now. Going to the gym isn't new for him, but he used to go after work. Now sometimes he goes before work and after work, supposedly. He is constantly horny and has been for the past few months. I've asked him what's wrong with him. He says
What?
he doesn't know. but it's like he's 18 again, and he's constantly getting hard and can't stop thinking about sex.
What?
He never had a problem in this area, but he was also never like this. He's become obsessed with sex and constantly wants it. At first, it was flattering, and I felt desired, and he wanted it seemingly from me so often that I never imagined he could be cheating. Now I'm wondering, why did he suddenly go from being a normal man with a normal healthy sex drive to being like a teenage boy? None of these things by itself is super suspicious, other than what my daughter said. She doesn't know anything else and had nothing further to share with me about what she saw or what Daddy was doing, and I don't want to involve her any further. What would you make of this? Do you think I'm being overly suspicious? Should I just come right out and ask him what in the hell our daughter was talking about? I've thought about it, but if he has something to hide, I don't think he'll admit to me that easily. Thank you for any help with this one.
Whew. Oh man.
I don't know why, like the image of like this like 5-year-old girl with like a little like applesauce packet be like, I saw naked mommy and daddy. She's like, what do you mean? She's like, I don't know. And just like waddles off while it's like this is like the worst revelation possible.
Either this 5-year-old
delivered by a 5-year-old.
Either this 5-year-old saw some shit, or this 5-year-old likes to cause drama.
Yeah.
Already learned.
Dude, she's gonna be such a great YouTube prankster in like 10 years.
She's gonna tell her mom in 10 years, you got pranked!
I broke up my parents' marriage. Awesome. It made my life hell, but it was awesome.
But I got 2 gifts now for Christmas.
2 Christmases! Achieved!
Bro, you don't need a text in the shower. That's excessive.
That's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird behavior.
It kind of feels like he almost doesn't want his phone to ever not be around him as well. Just in case someone else sees a text coming in from someone.
I'm trying to think of all the possibilities here, and you know, the like jump in sex drive is strange. Like, I mean, not that it's wrong. It's just like she's just like he suddenly out of nowhere is like this. I don't know what that could be. The like going to the gym before and after work, I'm like, okay, man.
It's kind of a tell.
As someone who goes to the gym every day, I'm like, that's a lot. There's a specific type of person who does that, and you know who they are. But for that to just suddenly be a behavior that you do that's a big leap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially when you
Either
have
way, he's coming home sweaty.
When you have a 2, I do think when you have a 2 and 5-year-old, it's a little. This is my personal opinion. I think it's a little irresponsible as a parent if you're going to the gym before and after work, unless you are literally a professional athlete.
Sure.
I'm like, hey man, that's like an hour or 2 you could go home and help your wife with a 2 and 5-year-old.
Sure, yeah, I mean, it really does depend on a lot of factors. But yeah, if you're leaving the kids with the wife just so that you can work and go to the gym and be gone all day.
Quiet.
Right. You're always on your phone up.
Quiet.
You're on your phone in the shower. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, for sure. Water blasting. They can barely hear him. He's like, yeah, for sure.
I truly don't understand, because like when you get water on your phone, you can't like text. Like
I think you have to be talking.
I would assume he just wants to.
Texting is just really bad.
That's true. I mean, I was assuming that he just wanted to see any notification that came through, and kind of didn't want his phone to be out, like on a countertop for his wife to see.
Yeah.
It feels like all signs are pointing to something fishy being up.
Yeah, I don't think any one of those things isn't like, oh, they're cheating.
Yeah.
But it is unfortunate that like there are things that are suspicious.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of stuff with nowadays with phones is such a thing. Like
I kind of feel bad that she doesn't have someone to talk to.
I know. I don't know if she has any friends that she can like ask. There's some comments here. But how was a kid watching them? Was he supposed to be on duty parenting and he decided to fuck some woman while little kids were napping? If so, ew, that's despicable behavior for any dad. OP responded, this is what makes it hard for me to believe. I don't think my daughter is lying, but she might be confused. I just really cannot imagine him doing something like that in our home with our kids here. They're 5 and 2. He's a very attentive dad. None of our doors have locks, and our daughters have walked in on us before. Someone else said, I think you either need to ask him or you need to look at his phone. In my opinion, if you're at the point where you're going to snoop through his phone, then the relationship is done anyways. Because even if you don't find anything, you just proved you don't trust him and invaded his privacy. That is 24 downvotes. I don't know if I think that the relationship's done, but I think when you are that suspicious, like work needs to be done.
Yeah, yeah.
Whether something's happening or not, it's like, hey, there's a lack of communication if you are assuming this person could be doing all this stuff behind your back. OP responded to that. I did/do trust him, but it's hard to shake what my daughter said. I can't stop thinking about it. I thought we had a great relationship.
Sounds like he's become very distant in many ways, but then also wanting to just have sex all the time.
Yeah. Lastly here, someone said, is it possible she saw you naked on top of Daddy? OP responded, I feel like I would have noticed if a little one had come into the room when we were doing that. Why would she say she saw a woman she doesn't know? Someone said, it's possible she only got a look through the bedroom door or something, and that might not be enough for her to realize it's you. OP said, it's possible. I never thought I'd be praying that she'd see that, but now I'm praying that's just what she saw. My daughter has seen me naked before in totally appropriate ways, but I can understand how seeing me in that scenario would be totally different, and she would be confused about what we were doing. It's a possibility, I guess. It's just hard to believe that she would think it was another woman.
Yeah, I think like I could see that, because like I think if you're like a kid and you've never seen like a naked person before, it's just a very confusing sight, you know. So I think like I could believe that. And I don't know, like I think like if he's, I mean, like I think all things are possible. I think like also if he's working out more, that could contribute to a higher sex drive.
The only other possibility, the possibilities I'm seeing, the kids saw them, the kids saw another woman, or the dad has a sex doll somewhere.
Oh.
I'm literally assuming all possibilities.
I mean, it could be true.
But I think the kid would be like, that Daddy had a balloon on him or something.
Yeah.
You know?
I think there's some realistic looking things out there these days.
Yeah, I don't know.
know.
Let's see. Because we have an update.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Did she confront him?
Let's find out. This was posted like about a week after the original post. This past Friday night, I brought it up to my husband. I didn't really want to bring our daughter into it, but I felt like mentioning this strange thing she said that she saw would be the least accusatory way to bring it up. Like, you'll never guess what she said. His reaction was just to laugh, but it was a genuine laugh, not a nervous laugh. He said, yeah, probably when she peeked in the door like 2 weeks ago, but you were busy. He was laughing the whole time he told me this. He said, that time it took me like 30 minutes to finally come, that's why. I lost it. He didn't want to tell me he lost it, and I had to get back in the zone, if you will, because he knew I would have jumped off and ran to see what she needed. For that, I'm a little upset with him. What if she needed something, felt sick, was scared? He claims she peeked in the door and immediately left. That he had noticed the door crack open, but she left, and he didn't want to interrupt what we were doing to say, guess who just peeked in here? I don't know if I believe it completely, because I still think it's crazy that I could have been that into it that I wouldn't hear the door open. Logistically, yes, my back would have been to the door if I was on top, and he could have easily tilted his head so that she could, one, see if it was him, and two, he could have seen that
wrote all this out.
she was there and then left. How would she assume it was some random naked lady? He says I don't use my mommy voice during sex. It was dim in the room.
I know too much about these people's sex.
Exactly.
We
Holy
know
fuck.
everything.
They're one sentence away from
Yeah.
describing the kind of
God. So she peeked in. I was kissing on his bussy. And okay. It was dim in the room. She only peeked in and was probably very confused and wouldn't imagine her mommy would be naked and doing whatever weird things she just saw me doing, acting so funny. I kept telling him I didn't believe him. I didn't believe him. He was insistent on yes, it happened, and I didn't notice. I was really enjoying myself, and he's sorry if it makes him an asshole for not stopping me so I could run after our daughter who probably needed something and just wanted to come sleep in our room, which she frequently does. He was like, seriously? You think I'm cheating on you and that I'd bring somebody here when I was alone with our daughters? He handed me his phone. I told him I didn't want to look at it. He insisted I look at it and go through everything to prove himself. I asked him what about his increased sex drive. He claims he doesn't know why he's so horny all the time. He's just been working out a lot, eating healthy, and he claims he's just super attracted to me lately, like I got even more attracted to him since I gained about 10 pounds. I asked him about the multiple gym trips per day. He said that's just what works for his schedule right now, and he just had a routine he's really into, but he can change it if it bothers me that much. I asked him if he's on anything. He was like, on any what? I said, anything that could enhance your results at the gym and also make you super horny. He said, no, I wouldn't take any of that stuff. I asked him about my pubic hair. Why so opinionated about it after years of not caring? He said it has absolutely nothing to do with anyone else. I removed way more hair than normal, sort of by accident, not too long ago. Like a few months ago.
Too much
And
fucking
he said
detail.
he thought it was
Oh my
really hot,
God.
just something different and fun, and it felt really
Come
good.
on, man.
Man, every single, this is the opposite of the
too
wedding
much.
story.
Yeah.
Every detail. No one
Yeah,
asked.
we're all like, okay. He seemed to be hurt that I thought he might be cheating, but also found it ridiculous and almost humorous. I have to admit that I don't feel
Cringing
100%
from it.
about it, but that might say more about me than it does about him.
Okay.
I'm not going to install nanny cams or hire a PI. I'm going to try to do what I should do, which is to trust that what he's telling me is the truth.
I think he covered his base.
I think I trust him. If
Yeah.
in that moment he goes, here, take my phone, look through everything.
That's true.
That's at the very least, that guy is so confident.
True.
But I don't know, because what I will say,
It sounds like she doesn't trust him.
yeah, going only based on the Reddit stories we've read, because I am not a psychologist or a couples therapist, but most of the stories we read where someone's cheating, there's like the sex is dead in the relationship, or it's kind of lacking. Like, I know it can vary, but this just feels like they're doing great. She was feeling super confident up until the kid said this. So there wasn't like a pattern of signs. She was only
That's true.
thinking about all this once that was said. It'd be different if she's like, for the past 2 months, I've been feeling weird about all these things. And then my daughter said this. She's like, no, he's a great dad, great husband. We're having a great sex life. Everything's awesome. My daughter said this weird thing, and now I'm starting to look at everything
Yeah, she
different.
heard the daughter say that and was like, oh my God, and had flashbacks of like everything and put together all these facts that who knows if they connected or not.
It
but
seems like he covered his bases, unless he's like a pro cheater
Yeah.
who's like always
Yeah.
deleting all his messages and he's just like on it.
I mean, there are
But-
ways to be at that level.
If you are that nuts, yes.
It would just be a lot of calculated things in order to make this cheating thing happen and to be able to cover it up like this.
Someone in the comments said, classic Redditor plot twist. He saw the original post and deduced it was about him and had time to figure out what to say to justify it with help from comments.
No.
Crying, laughing emoji.
I mean, oh, sure, that's possible as
Yeah,
well,
sure,
but
sure. Someone else said, everything he said was reasonable and he was so quick too. Didn't turn it back on you, didn't deflect, didn't accuse you of craziness. Then he just offered up the phone. I'd say believe him. He doesn't seem suspicious. That's also true. There's just, I know it's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible for him to have cheated. But all of the signs that we've seen from previous cheating stories that come true, I'm not seeing those signs in this one.
And he also offered to change his schedule. He's like, if that doesn't work, then I can.
Right.
right.
Yeah, I
It don't
don't
require breaking up with
These
the
are what
person
I'm talking
potentially if
about.
that
Don't
were the
attack
case.
me.
Yeah.
Also,
24.
from I mean,
Yeah,
of course,
can
I don't
kill him
know
really easily.
every cheating story in the world, but
The fuck?
usually when people are confronted and they have been cheating.
Hello
they
everyone,
get
how you guys doing?
pain.
Hopefully you guys are having a
they
wonderful
will
day. And
throw
today
that
we are here
deflect.
with a
Yes,
Vampire
exactly
Slayer
as
guide
you
for
were
old school
saying,
RuneScape
when
and my
you
endless
just kinda
adventure to make
laughed
as
it
many
off.
Slayer guides or just guides as possible. So hopefully you guys enjoy. If you do, make sure to leave a like on top of that. Plenty of places you can check me out and support me down below in the description. I'd appreciate it greatly. But with that said, let's go ahead and get into the guide. So to start, should you kill vampires? In my opinion, you should. They're a relatively quick task and they don't have too high of defense,
Oh,
so
I don't
that
want to
kind of goes
flare
hand in
guy. I
hand.
just want to fucking. Let's go. East of Cannabis. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. That's not the meta. Alright. Fuck you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh, I do the fucking blood shard vampires. Fuck you. It's not the fastest. Oh, it's a AFK. Just so AFK. I should just wear these, honestly. Yeah, that's right. Here it is. Here it is. And this is what I was looking for. Come on. Oh my god. Yep, get your little running start. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Just so AFK.
Was like, well, there's this and this thing, but you could do this, and I could change this, and we could work through if you're not feeling secure.
He'd have to be a sociopath to lie that quick. Because she was like, here's this thing. He's like, I know exactly what it was.
And obviously, people exist that would go that far, but it seems unlikely.
It'd be very rare, and it would, like I said, I feel like there'd be a pattern before this, but she's not describing any sort of pattern. Someone else said, it sounds like you are the problem in the situation, to be honest. He sounds like a pretty reasonable guy to humor the amount of scrutiny you are putting on him. And someone else said, are you okay? He answered all of your questions, no matter how ridiculous. I think you need therapy or a glass of wine to chill out, like for real. Now, what I will say from her side is like, I think we've all been there where something happens and we get suspicious about something, even if it's crazy. And if your head's in it for like a week, that kind of becomes your reality. And you are delusional, but it's impossible to just like jump back.
Right.
It's hard to just be like, oh, you're right. I'm being crazy.
Yeah.
All right, I'm good.
Also, it kind of creates a rift in the relationship, even if it was just all in her head. You know, it's kind of that self-fulfilling prophecy situation where it's like, I thought this was the case, so then I started behaving as if it was the case, and now the relationship is kind of, our interactions together are as if it were true at this point.
Right.
Even if it's not.
Yeah, because suspicion can really rip a relationship apart because it's all built on trust. So if you don't have that trust, that relationship will start to decay. So she has to try to remedy that on her side, and maybe it'll just take time.
It's good that she just like put it out there.
Yeah.
And it seems like now that it's out there, they can move on.
Right.
And he can now cheat without her knowing.
All right. Next story here. Am I the asshole for keeping prize money that my sister and her friends asked me to hold on to while they did their weight loss challenge and all ended up gaining weight?
They're like, I guess I'm the winner here.
You're not.
What? You just stole money.
OP's username is I stole money 1.
They just know it. There's
self-report.
Up front, I'm going to say I wanted nothing to do with this. Last year on Labor Day, my sister and her friends came up with a weight loss challenge. Basically, they each paid $700 into a fund, and the one who lost the most weight this Labor Day would get the entire $2,800. To keep it neutral, they wanted an impartial party to hang on to the money. I told her absolutely not, that I didn't want anything to do with this. She basically begged me, saying that this was going to be her motivation to finally turn her life around, so I agreed. The way it was supposed to work is they were going to text or email their numbers once a month. I would enter them into a spreadsheet and email it out. First month, everyone was enthusiastic and sent stuff right away. The second month, I had to remind them. The third month, I had to remind them again, and only one even bothered to reply to me, and it wasn't my sister. The next month, I didn't care, and no one asked me about it. So we went for 8 months, and no one mentioned it again. My sister called and asked me who won. I said no one as far as I knew. She said I should give the money to her. I said that was ridiculous and she needed to get her friends involved before I did anything. That turned into the nastiest group text I've ever seen, with cattiness, backbiting, accusations, etc. Finally, after 3 days of hundreds of texts, I told them all that none of them followed the rules. It looks like they all gained weight, and I was more involved than any of them. I'm keeping the money.
No.
Well, I think it's justified they think I'm an asshole, but I also think I'm right. Am I the asshole?
Everyone is fighting over it.
Everyone sucks.
Everyone
sucks.
No one's just like, hey, give it the money back.
Yeah,
Let's
just
start.
everyone lost. Give the money back.
Act like none of this happened.
Yeah, she's not. What I need info on is what other people were asking for, because she said her sister said she deserves all the money. That the sister's an asshole there.
That's
Yeah.
great.
She's also the asshole for going, none of you responded, I'm taking the money. I'm like, you're also an asshole. What she should do is just spread the money back and like Venmo them all their money back and be like, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
I'm f***ing out. You guys all suck.
That's a logical thing to do if you don't want to drag it out.
Right. No, we've had different situations like this where anytime a financial thing comes into play with a friendship or family relationship, you go, is this friendship worth $800? Because you're about to lose it. Is the $800 worth it to lose it? Because she's about to lose all these people. Sounds like they don't.
Right now I am
each other,
collecting vampire
comments,
dust.
what that is called theft. OP needs to return the
If
money
you're
to
still
each one
there,
who paid this
I'm
deposit. The money
I'm
does
multi-streaming
not
on a bunch of
does
different
not and
things.
never
Okay,
belong
cool.
to OP. However, I have a
Yeah, because I
feeling
was
OP
doing
already spent the money,
hold on.
so there's
Yeah, I was doing some like hollowed sepulcher, so but I ran out of vampire dust.
that.
Oh.
Probably.
You know what? After a certain amount of months, she was just like, you know what? This is mine now. And then because the decision was made.
Do you think that because, what was it, a year? What was it, 8 months?
8 months had passed.
Do you think they figured, this is like typical bonehead move, I could spend this money now
Trying
and
to
I'll just save that money
Oh
up
yeah,
for when I need to pay it out.
Iron Man mode
that
in
is a
OSRS is like
common
pretty
mindset
fun.
of stupid people.
Or everyone forgot, and it's mine now.
Definitely
Yeah,
recommend.
yeah.
I would hope for that, but man, at the very what I would have done is the first month where nobody responds, I'd have been like, I'd have sent a group text being like, guys, are we still doing this?
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
$2,800 on me.
Yeah.
Are you guys committed to this? Because if not, if you don't respond next month, I'm gonna Venmo you guys the money back, and we're done with this.
It's also this whole thing's kind of silly to force someone who doesn't want to hold
be
on
a
to the money
secretary.
to hold on to the money and keep track of the records.
Like
when
the cheese cape
sure,
from the
you
fight
want
caves is pretty easy.
a third party to keep track of the records, but they don't need to hold the money. You can just say, at the end of this, we'll send the money.
I don't
that
have
we all
the
have.
Inferno cape.
Yeah, it was a messy situation from the setup.
Yeah.
Getting
Bad
the Inferno
idea.
cape I hear is really hard, so
Also to just like incentivize people.
takes like a
to
lot of
just,
blood
like,
runes I
make
guess
sure
for
they use
practicing.
things.
So I'll probably do that after
Have
I
that
do
as
the
metric for, like,
after I do my
getting healthy.
Weight is not a metric of health.
rune crafting
it's
grind.
not- They,
and
like,
it's
put
also
on-
works so differently per person that
Yeah.
it's a dumb thing.
And if they put on muscle, like they won't be losing as much weight as somebody else.
So then
who's,
they're
like,
discouraged from
from actually getting healthy.
working
Yeah.
out.
I
right?
imagine they all like if they all like committed to it that they're all like doing like the wrestler or, like fighter thing where they're like losing as much water weight as possible for weigh-in.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah. I also agree. I think the metric should.
No,
be
I
way
mostly
different. It should
stream
have
on
been, like,
Kick, but
steps taken,
today
or,
I'm
like, I
multi-streaming
don't
just
there's
to
other
kind of
better
try out the
metrics
waters.
of, like, let's all
So I'm
come
streaming
up
on
with a goal.
Yeah,
But
Kick,
you take a group of
Twitch,
people,
and
they're
then
on very
YouTube.
different bodies. You're gonna lose weight at such different rates, and
Right. One person's gonna have to lose 10% weight. One person's gonna have to lose 20%.
yeah, no,
weight.
this was dumb in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Just kind of
someone else said, "You're
shotgunning
the
it.
asshole. This is ridiculous. Give
Seeing
the
what
money
kinda
back.
sticks.
There's no argument that it belongs to you." OP responded, "Hi, to be clear, I'm asking, am I the asshole?
Damn,
not
son,
if the
where'd
money
you
belongs
find
to me."
this?
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Whoa! You know what? You know what? Respect.
Yeah, true.
You know what? If you're gonna be committed to being that shitty, all right.
This person's just a straight up thief.
They're like, I committed theft. I made it my username. I am completely aware that I stole money, but was I an asshole about it?
It's so funny that they're just like, hey, this is me.
Yeah.
Someone said, "You're the asshole. I would be willing to wager you already spent the $2,800, and that's why this is your take. Your username gives it away. Be prepared for them to take you to small claims court." OP responded, "I have 28 $100 bills right in front of me." Someone said, "I hope your sister never talks to you again." OP responded, "And nothing of value would be lost."
Oh, shit.
This one, okay, maybe this one's a troll post,
It
but
kind of seems
Yeah, thanks for the follows.
it's a little trolly just in the responses and stuff, but it's a damn good story, and I'm sure stuff like this has happened.
Yeah.
We have already dealt with so many stories of money just being a huge problem for people. It reminds me too of any story I've heard about
hold
people
on.
winning the lottery,
Oh,
where it's
yeah.
just boom, nightmare.
Ruins lives.
So this next story, a bit of a trigger warning.
Let's see
Women in
here.
unsafe situations. So you can skip to the next story if you want, if that's not something you want to hear about. So here we go. True off my chest. Do guys really just not get it?
Yeah, man.
I was out with my friend Mark a little while ago, and we had gone to a very popular restaurant downtown, so we had to park 3 blocks away from the restaurant in a parking garage. We each drove our own cars, and I parked on the 3rd floor, and he parked on the 5th. It was past 11 when we left the restaurant, so other than a few bars, everything was closed
So
down,
this
we were
is,
pretty much alone as we
it's
reached the
brutal
garage.
out there.
Once we got into the elevator, we could hear a bunch
It's like
of guys who
it's
had
like Reddit
obviously
stories
been
from
drinking,
Smosh
shouting,
Pit.
and laughing on
They
one
like
of the
read like
floors.
these
We stopped on the floor where I had parked
pretty
and saw the
wild
group of guys
stories
between the
on
elevator
Reddit.
and my car.
So.
They looked towards us, and one of them said something like, "I bet she's not as stuck up as those girls at the bar." It made me really nervous, and I asked my friend if he would walk me to my car. He said he didn't want to wait for the elevator again, so I asked if he would watch me walk to my car at least. He sighed in annoyance and rolled his eyes and finally agreed. I pulled out my keys and arranged them so there was a key between each of my fingers and clenched my fist. This earned another sigh from my friend. I got out of the elevator and half walked, half ran to my car, hugging the outer wall to put as much distance between me and the group of guys. I waited until I was almost at my car before unlocking it, hopped in, and got out of there as quickly as I could. A few days later, we were hanging out at my house, having a game night with a few other friends, and Mark decided to share the story of our last night out and how ridiculous I had acted. One of the other guys laughed and said, "We're not all looking to jump a girl in a parking garage." One of my girlfriends spoke up and said, "We have no real way of knowing if someone is dangerous or not, that most girls have had a bad experience with someone that they never would have thought that they were the type to do that. Friends, family, parents, friends, coworkers, etc." The conversation quickly moved on to another topic, but I was sitting there thinking of a few of the times that guys in my life just didn't seem
I'll
to
just
get that we
eat
have
when I
rules that we
bank.
follow. My ex-husband would get so frustrated when I would ask him to lock the door if he was leaving if I was going to be the only one home. My brother is trying to help me look for apartments on a budget and not
So now that I got a
understanding that
full
I will not
inventory,
take a garden
yeah,
or first-level apartment as a single
just
girl.
kind of
A Tinder
maximizing
date
my
not
inventory a
understanding
little
why I
bit.
check in with a nearby friend the first few times going out with them. My friend, who was my roommate for a couple of years, not understanding why I look out the peephole and put the chain on
I want to
before opening the
tag.
door if I do not know the person knocking. There are many other examples.
think
but
I can
thinking
tag
about
the
all
bank.
This just makes me wonder,
Yeah,
do
hold on.
guys really not get it? Edit, I am not trying to bag on men with this question. I know there are decent people.
Yeah.
Sadly, I think a lot of guys don't.
I think it's yeah, sure. I think oftentimes maybe it's like if men don't have close relationships with other women, like that aren't, maybe their like significant other or something, like maybe that's where it comes from. I don't know.
When was the last time you played?
if you're in enough situations where you're like listening to your friends talk about life, those stories always come up.
Yeah, I mean, because I've had a lot of friends who are women since I was a teenager, and you just would hear about it constantly.
For sure.
I mean, just every single girl I know has stories from last week.
Oh yeah,
you
so
know,
that's
like it's not just like
that's been a while
this
ago.
one time
Yeah,
10 years
there's
ago.
like
It's like, no,
bank
here's a constant
tabs
thing that
and
happens.
I mean, if you're out
some kind of
anywhere and
like
you
some quality
just
of
kind
life things with
observe, you'll
RuneLite.
see that men behave strangely around women all the time. You know, I think one of the issues and one of the reasons that many men just don't get it is because many people were taught when they were young, treat others like you would like to be treated, or like think about if you were in their shoes. And the issue is that you can't just be like, oh, but if I were you, I wouldn't be scared when you are not a woman.
8 years ago,
of
did they
whatever
have
size and shape and whatever.
Oh,
Like
let's
you
see.
cannot.
They have the corrupted
actually
gauntlet 8
imagine
years
what
ago.
it would be like to be them unless you think outside the box of who you are.
Right.
So you're like, I wouldn't care, so why do you? Like that's
Right.
just it's
Right. Or putting yourself like that person putting themselves in the shoes of like being that guy in the parking garage, being like, well, if I was in a parking garage with my friends, I wouldn't bother you.
yeah, that's true too.
Like,
That's yeah, like
that's
oh
true,
yeah, I'm a good guy, so those guys are probably good too. It's
Yeah.
like,
Right.
no idea, those are strangers.
You hear
Yeah.
stories all the time about f***ed up stuff happening, and you kind of just have to assume that it could happen. to
If you don't know, then it probably
Even
it probably
if it was
wasn't.
an empty parking lot,
So that's a
even if it
very
was a safe
triggering
space,
piece of
you have a friend
content.
who's, like,
But
scared and saying, hey, can you walk me to
I'm so glad I got
Dude,
spooned
I'm
there.
afraid
It's
walking
like it's
through,
pretty
like, an
hard because you got to
Yeah,
be
I mean, I
like
am too.
Sure.
Like that shit's
you got to be like
spooky.
tick perfect on a lot of
It's
things.
strange to me if someone's like, "Hey, could you walk me to my car?" I'd be like, "Yeah, dude, of course."
Right.
Yeah,
And
thankfully I was
anybody.
spooned.
Yeah.
So
If I had a friend who was a 6'5" dude and he was like, "Can you walk me to my car?" I'd be like, "All right, man." Like,
Yeah,
I'm scared.
And it's like this guy is saying, I feel safe, why don't you? And it's like, okay, if you feel safe, then walk them to their car, and then you go off by yourself because you feel safe and walk to your car
but
alone.
it gives you
It's
like
dude, okay, you're gonna
you
miss the
can
Olympics,
get the
but whatever.
Bofa, which is the bow of
Yeah,
Fahrenheit,
they were more concerned about their
which has like
30
unlimited ammo,
seconds than-
They're
and
not
it
really,
it slaps
they're
pretty
not
good.
really aware or considerate of
It's
their
one of the
limits,
main
it
like
seems.
I think they're just lacking
attractions
empathy.
to
Yeah,
CG.
Yeah. Comments here. I'm a
A lot of
man,
people
and
try to, like,
everything you
rush
described seems
CG,
sensible to me. I think a lot
and
of people, both men and women,
I
sort
don't
of
know.
have
I'd
this
probably try to
attitude that
make sure
things
your
happen to
stats are
other people.
pretty
I think
good
it's kind
before
of a coping
attempting it.
mechanism so you can look out at the world and say, nope, that's
Yeah, it's got
that's
unlimited
stuff
ammo.
that happens to other people. I live in a
I
safe
could
world.
Yeah.
OP responded, most women I know
you get
really
this
do not have the
corrupted
privilege of
weapon
thinking
seed.
that
You
way.
can
I
turn
was
it
an
into
SA
a
when I was
bow
9
or a
and have
blade,
taken reasonable
and since I got
precautions ever
really
since, but
spooned
still
there,
have
I got
other
both.
things happening in
So
my
I
life.
can
I know out of my
I can kind of
girlfriends,
show
out of
the bow.
probably 10 of them, 9 have been harassed or assaulted. Someone else said, my favorite comment that made everything click for me as a guy was when a woman said, imagine you as a guy walking down the street and half the people on the street are 300
Oh, it's
pound
so I'm
NFL
doing
linebackers.
vampire dust
They
for
also want to
Sepulcher.
fuck you. Not going to lie, that did make me feel very uncomfortable to go outside, but that's how it is. Nothing against 300-pound linebackers.
Sepulcher's
just not
like
my
an
jam.
agility mini game.
OP responded,
That
"That's
might be
exactly a
another
great way
thing
to
that you
explain it.
haven't
I'll
tried
try to
out yet.
explain it to my one friend who commented when Mark
So
told
it's
the
kind of
story
like an
as he grew
alternative
up being
route
sheltered
for
within the church, so he can be a bit
rooftop
naive,
agility,
but I don't think there's any hope for Mark.
which it's kind of
Yeah,
nice.
I
I
mean-
mean, I get better XP rates
I mean,
on
I think there
rooftop because I
might
kind of
be
suck at
hope.
Sepulcher, but
Maybe
Sepulcher
I have
is
to
it's
explain
more
it
fun.
way more
So
simply to him.
Yeah.
so
Like,
let's
hey
see.
man,
Here's the bow.
I'm scared. If I have to walk there alone, even if you're just watching me, I'm gonna be really fucked up. You as a friend, I'm asking you as a friend to come with me.
Yeah.
That would be you as a friend doing a favor for me and showing that
So-
you care about me.
Yeah.
If you're gonna say no to
Yeah.
that, then I am assuming you actually don't give that much of a shit about me, and I don't want to be your friend.
I had to try to explain this
Dude,
actually
it is
to,
sick.
to a relative like a few months ago cuz they're like
Oh yeah, the fighter torso, classic.
an older guy, and they were like, you know, I'm just being nice, like walking on the street, and like, you know, if there's like a woman and she doesn't say hi back. And
Yeah,
they're like,
it's pretty
I'm
good.
just being nice. Like I
Um,
always say hi to everyone walking on the street.
Since I got spooned, I mean my
and I
weapons
was
are
like,
pretty good.
yeah, but they don't know you. Like they don't know
I haven't
who
done
you are and
Bandos
what you're,
yet,
like,
so
capable of and
What your
what your
intentions are.
intentions are.
Yeah.
And
since I'm an
and
Iron Man, I
there's been
have
many
to
instances where
do it solo, which is gonna
they
suck.
could have reciprocated, and then a bad thing could have happened.
Oh, Spoon means
Or
I
they
got
could have
the
been harassed or whatever.
weapon
And
like
they
either at drop
didn't
rate or before.
really get it, and I tried, but you know, it's common.
It's just a very self-centered point of view, unfortunately.
Yeah. And once you're harassed or assaulted
No, I
in
just
any
had lucky
way or any
RNG, so I
points,
didn't have to be there
kind of
for.
you
I mean,
realize
some
that you
people
need
go
to
like
always be
1,000
aware, especially
CGKC
if being
without
aware
getting
was the
like
only thing that
a
prevented
single
it from
enhanced
getting
weapon seed,
really bad
and
or
that
going
is
further in
that's
some
just
way, or
sad.
being killed or whatever. You were like, I need to always be aware, because if not, something really bad can happen.
Like the drop, yeah, like
The
like the
mindset
drop
that Mark
rate
in the
is
story
like
has is
1 in
privilege of
400,
not having ever experienced it.
and I was able
You can
to
believe
get
you live in a safe world
2
if your world has always
at
been
100
safe. But someone
KC,
who's gone
so
through
I got
something, they're
really,
like, well,
really
I
spooned.
can't convince
Granted,
myself
I did
Right.
do
I have experienced stuff.
If something happens to Mark,
420
like,
regular
usually,
gauntlet, which
in
at
that
regular
situation
gauntlet the
could
drop
be
rate
the
is
thing
1 in
that
2,000.
completely changes his point of view. Oh, I get it now.
Right. All right, moving on. Here's our last story.
Ooh, it's gonna be spicy. I feel it.
Okay, let's see. Am I the asshole?
Yeah,
for
like
looking
regular
out for my
gauntlet is
new
pretty
coworker
chill.
By telling her that her food might be upsetting to others.
Yeah, with regular
I
gauntlet,
know what
yeah.
this is probably gonna
God.
be. We've experienced this before.
We
Heard
love a good, like, okay, here we go. Is
Yeah,
it
dude, I'm
spicy?
telling you,
Is it
like,
spicy food?
Gauntlet is, it's
32-year-old man, white.
I'm glad that I don't have to do that
Wait,
content
already
anymore.
know what it is.
Should we take bets on what kind of food this is?
Okay, I can't. You guys can take bets though if you want.
I think it's gonna be like a whole animal. Like it'll be like,
Oh, that's why it's upsetting.
yeah, because like Americans, we're just used to like getting like our like fillets, you know, and not seeing like parts of the animal, you know.
You think so?
Yeah.
Unless
yeah.
you're the only person I know here is Damien. Well, he has ordered a whole.
I'll
fish.
probably do some sepulchre
Where
after
it's
this
like, the
inventory.
entire fish.
Yeah.
There should be
I
enough
think it's
vampire
something
dust for
not
a little
visual. I
while
think it's about
anyway.
the scent of whatever the food.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, let's see.
All
Let's
right.
see what this 32-year-old white man can't relate. I, a 32-year-old male, white, am potentially in trouble at work, but I don't really think I deserve it. My coworker, Anna, 23-ish, female, Asian, is new at our office, and she brings her own lunch on days we don't have a food truck. On yesterday, she brought in a homemade stir-fry and used our shared microwave in the break room to do it. I was in the room when she took it out of the microwave, and it smelled heavenly. I asked her about the recipe, and she told me it was just a bunch of ingredients and spices thrown together so as to not
do one
waste
more.
any veggies that might go bad soon. When I was telling her how good it smelled, I also mentioned that some other people at the office might think it would be too smelly or ethnic, as in racist people tend to look down on ethnic things. I have read those kinds of stories on here about microaggressions when it comes to people of color and the food they bring in, and I wanted to warn her that she might not want to bring it in anymore so it doesn't happen to her. I emphasized that it smelled good to me personally, though. I
What
guess
the
a couple
fuck?
of other coworkers in the room overheard our conversation because after Anna left the room, some of them sort of quietly told me how it was inappropriate for me to have said that. I told them that it's true that ethnic food gets ridiculed for smelling too strong, and that I disagreed with that
Oh my
sentiment.
God,
But I
these
also
people
think
on
she would face
Reddit.
less harassment if she didn't bring in that food anymore. One of my other coworkers then said that I was the only one harassing her and making insinuations that her food is problematic, plus the fact that she hasn't even been bringing in her own food that often since she just started last week. So there couldn't have been an opportunity to have had this hypothetical harassment happen to her. I just wanted people, yes, even the assholes at the office, to make her feel welcomed. I left work that day, not thinking anything of it, until the following morning where I heard from a different coworker that Anna talked to our HR department about the conversation and how she was hurt. I'm a bit frustrated as to why she didn't talk to me about it first, since it was just a misunderstanding and that I'm looking out for her. I did notice that today she was trying to dodge me, which is unusual and a bit heartbreaking. I just want to work things out. I wanted to be a friend.
Yeah, some people get like
this is one of her first jobs
way too much into it. I mean, it's entertaining to read, but it's like, come on.
But I really tried my best to be an ally.
I don't know.
But
It's
then
like,
again, what do I know? So am I the asshole for telling her that her
Jesus.
food might be too much for other potentially racist people in the office to handle?
Okay, this is so funny.
Like,
This
like,
is
yeah,
crazy.
like
He's
it,
like,
it,
just,
it's
look,
funny
I read
hearing
all
it,
about
but it's like if
microaggressions,
they're serious
so
about it,
I'm
like,
just
come
trying to
on.
prevent you with your smelly ethnic food.
Yeah, it's
from
food,
offending
exactly,
racists.
exactly.
Look, I've read all about microaggressions, so I'm really good at it.
Yo, that food smells amazing. But watch out, there are racists here who don't like ethnics. Like you.
Better be careful. Now, none of them are gonna say it, but I'll say it for them.
Everyone's thinking it.
The food was stir fry.
Stir
Shit.
fry?
Stir fry, vegetable stir fry.
With vegetables and spices.
Vegetables and spices, and this guy's saying it smelled incredible, but he's like, but other people might
Other
out
people don't
here. I don't know about them.
There are racists here.
It was like 100%. 100% a microaggression.
It was in fact a microaggression.
Yes, unprovoked.
Well, and also the thing is this: if there are racists in this office who are going to complain, you as an let me see if I know what would be the right thing to do as a 32-year-old white man. The thing to do is if someone were to say something to her, you go, hey, fuck off.
Yeah.
But instead he's going, you shouldn't bring this in.
Yeah.
You just did the racist thing.
Yeah.
By telling her not to bring in her food.
Like preemptively, let's make sure to satisfy the racists here.
Yeah.
Alright, so this here is Hollywood
Start
Sepulchre.
bringing in more white people food here.
Yeah.
We don't want you to offend the white racists.
I'm not racist. I think it smells great.
I love it.
But there are racists
I
lurking.
love it. But for those other people, you gotta
Look,
stop.
I love whatever this thing. What do you call this? Stir fry.
Yeah, what vegetables?
One
I
thing
don't
I'm
know.
good at identifying is stuff that might offend the racists.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is. Oh shit.
Dude, insane.
Up here.
Insane to be like, yeah, other people are racist in here. Anyways, you need to do the work.
This here's a
and
rune
change
pouch.
your
This here's
lifestyle for them.
plank suck.
I think we could also file this into the
Plank sack lets you
when-
store
when
planks.
being an ally
Allyship
goes
in
when ally goes wrong or ally goes
Yeah.
too far.
Yeah.
Like,
bad allies. Some comments here. You're the asshole. Your coworker is a grown woman who's been Asian her entire life. Do you genuinely think she's unaware that racism exists? All you did was put her on edge around coworkers who may not even be racist. Congratulations, you're the one who created the microaggression.
And he said it in front of everyone too. Like not
Yeah.
even a private. Not that that would have made it much better.
He really pissed off everyone at once. Which is pretty cool.
By being an ally.
By being an ally.
Damn, that's what I get for being an ally.
You're the asshole. You are not protecting her from racists. You yourself are being a racist. If you're trying to convince us/her/yourself that you're an ally, you might be more than a bit delusional. Also, stop trying to hang around your young coworker, LMAO. That also is in my head. I'm like, you saw an opportunity to be like cool to this 23-year-old.
Yeah.
Coworker.
I got life figured out up
Yeah,
here.
I know things around here.
I've been on this earth for 9 years longer than you, and if there's one thing I know, it's that racists are here.
look, I watched the Green Book. So
Okay. You're the asshole. You came off like this. Some people might say that your food is smelly. Not me, though, but some people. And then you proceeded to call her food ethnic. You might as well have worn a shirt that said "some people" on it, with an arrow pointing to your face. Doesn't sound like you were ill-intentioned, but sometimes you just have to give a compliment and let it be. Yeah, like, I don't know. What the hell?
Yeah.
There's an update. It's an edit/update.
Oh.
Some people have said to edit this post to add this.
some people.
Some people! He started it with that! Yes, I get it. I'm the asshole. What I said was really stupid. If it means anything to you guys, I remember entering the workforce as a young man shadowing assholes, and I didn't know how to express how shitty I was treated, since I thought it was normal to be treated a certain way or overhear certain things. I just thought she was a sweet girl who didn't deserve to see the nasty side of corporate life so quickly, but I guess I ended up being like the guys that made my earlier career so god-awful. Anyway, I want to apologize to her in the most HR-friendly way this Tuesday. Hopefully she doesn't quit, but I also don't want to be the one that gets fired. Fingers crossed. Thank you for opening my eyes, and I hope to do my due diligence to be a real ally. To be a real ally.
A real
Yeah.
Boy.
Okay, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think some people just try too hard, and they
Exactly.
just don't
That's trying too hard.
realize, like, their own biases and like
Yeah.
I don't know, like when you're like going like too far off the deep end and into like allyship where it's like you're making everything about this interaction about their race,
Yeah.
which then in turn is a micro.
I also think, in my mind, like I said about this being a young woman, is I think this wasn't him being an ally. This was him being selfish.
True.
He thought this was an opportunity to make himself special. Like she's new.
Yeah, so this is what the vampire dust was for. It's for
I
these,
don't know what the situation, how he feels about
for these
this,
ones.
this girl, but I just thought it's like, oh, the new girl's here. Let me show her that I'm actually the coolest guy in this office. It wasn't about making her feel safe. It wasn't about being an ally. It was about him.
Yeah.
Is my personal interpretation off this story. I could be wrong.
Also, she's like 23. She's like.
See,
She's
like for her
just
for him
realized
to say
something
like,
here.
oh, she's like
shit.
sweet, and I didn't want her to like be ruined by this corporate environment. It's like she chose the job there.
There's also some mild racism in that of like the
Well,
sweet,
there could,
innocent.
yeah, there could be some of that. Sure.
My take on this is like, look, man, if as an ally, like if you witness racism, then stand up for that and like fight back against that. Don't preemptively tell this person to change their lifestyle. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Is agility crucial?
yeah, to be like putting all his attention on her race.
Not necessarily.
And the type
I
of
mean,
food
it's nice to
is the
have though, for
definition of
sure.
microaggression.
But
Yeah.
To be like, hey, you're totally different than me.
I kind of want to get like
Yeah.
99 agility before I do
well,
hunter,
Man.
because with
couple,
hunter I'll be
insane allies
chasing
in this
like
one.
herbivore around a lot, so it's a lot of
The
running.
whole ally
And a
episode
bad-
would be
and a-
really funny.
And
It does,
another,
yeah,
a
it-
bad ally
it does
who was
regen
like, I gotta
faster.
Get the elevator, dude. I'm sorry. You're fine.
No,
well,
your run
crazy
speed
story.
is still the same.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I want to hear
your,
that whole Lucy song.
Guys,
That's
we're
really
gonna
How
go
much
with
stamina or
Lucy
whatever you
song.
have is
Yeah.
like longer.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you for teaching me about kissing on my pussy.
You got it, man. Anytime. And thank you for watching. Let us know what other types of themes, subreddits. If you want to see a bad ally episode, let us know in the comments.
Or a gay wedding episode.
Ooh. And next week, we have Zach from the Try Guys here.
Woo! Let's
It's
go.
gonna be good. It's gonna be good. So we'll see you then. Bye.
Kissing on my pussy.
All right. Yeah, with these you gotta like count to 3 and then you can run. You gotta be very like precise with the movements. Yeah, actually, you wanna know something great? I don't know if you've been following it, but Ian and Anthony actually just like joined forces with Smosh again, and now they own it. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching some of them. I mean, that kind of like sketch comedy still holds up in my opinion. I mean, they're still pretty funny. I'll have to take a little bit of a break after this floor. Yeah, like, oh yeah. I miss the old days of YouTube for sure. Hopefully there'll be a competitor that will eventually give YouTube some competition, but haven't really seen a good competitor yet. Yeah. Let's see. Alright, yeah, I'll be right back. Alright. Let's see. Guess I can move this up a little bit. Yeah, I already see the map. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. And then I can do... Hey, there we go. Alright. Yeah, there's if you haven't played the game in 8 years, you got a lot it's probably a lot of content they've been adding, so alright, let's see here. On to the next video to listen to. Let's see. Oh, this sounds kind of interesting.
Welcome to Beppardy. I'm Shane, and today the topic is plants. How much do you know about plants? Let's find out. Our contestants today are Amanda, Angela, and Keith. What are your guys' favorite plants?
A weeping willow tree.
Arugula.
Marijuana.
Shit. So sick, dude.
What? No.
So the categories for today are doing the most. This is all plant records, like biggest, smallest, fastest.
Where'd you find
going
this?
green.
Hey,
It's all about
thanks
the
for the
power
follow.
Of plants, how amazing they are. Leave them alone is all about dangerous plants.
Wow.
Then you have the 5 senses. This is kind of how plants are similar to us humans, in more ways than you'd realize. And lastly, keep off the grass. It's all, we're talking drugs.
Yeah.
All right. Keith, since you gave such an awesome answer, you gave the correct answer. I'm going to let you pick first.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Hey, thanks for the follow, man.
Okay, for 50?
For 50, let's start there.
Whoa.
Which famous ganja-loving musician was buried with a bud of marijuana? Actually, that's Keith. Wow, you got that.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say Bob Marley.
It is, in fact, Bob Marley. Way to go.
Wow.
Way to go. Wow, Keith, great job.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead and pick.
Where do I start? Let's
Yeah.
do doing the most for 50, because I'm absolutely doing the most right now.
Ooh.
Okay. Lucky pandas. The fastest growing plant on Earth can grow 1.5 inches an hour. What plant is it? Keith.
It's a mushroom.
It is not a mushroom. Amanda.
Bamboo.
It is bamboo.
Whoa, really? How'd you know that?
Lucky panda.
Oh.
They eat bamboo.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
Makes-
wow.
Was
Hello.
Really buried
It's
the
in
leader.
It's in the question. The 5 senses for 50, Alex Trebek.
Thank you. Trees can talk to each other. True or false?
I think it's true through mycelium or
I do
something.
know this.
Yeah.
Do you care to explain?
No, they just.
Thank God you explained.
I do.
No, I think it's like mycelium or something with the roots.
That is correct. It is true. You didn't have to explain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, underground
Is it
fungus.
through
Yeah.
their roots?
They communicate via a network of underground fungus and can inform each other about droughts, disease, insect attacks, and more.
Okay, here's my question. How do we know?
All right, Keith, go ahead.
Am I winning right now?
You are winning.
Oh wow. Can I get a leave them alone for 50?
Okay. Move over, Venus flytrap. The carnivorous pitcher plant has been known to eat which amphibian? Keith.
Frog.
It is frogs.
Oh, I
It
knew
is
that.
frogs.
You said you didn't know shit.
I'm lying.
Keith knows a lot about plants. All right, Keith.
I mean, since we're here, let's just go going green for 50.
Since we're here.
Just since we're here, I just
All right.
feel like I'm playing by myself.
Oh, shut up.
For better or worse, plants have had major impacts on our economies, like when this flower caused an economic crisis during the Dutch Golden Age. You might as well throw out something.
Well,
Keith
I don't know much about the Dutch, but I'm gonna say the rose.
is not a rose.
Okay.
I think there's like a
It
tulip
is a
or
flower.
something.
Amanda.
The tulip.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That is correct.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
Hell yeah.
It's all in the question. Dutch tulips.
Oh my God.
'Cause there was like
Yeah,
a
Dutch
bubble
tulips.
market
See, I
around
like
them.
flowers.
Yeah, I didn't know they had tulips.
It's
Yes.
all in the question.
Right.
Look, you're an SAT tutor.
Keep off the grass for 100.
Okay, cool.
Though illegal for recreational use, this sacred medicine remains legal for Native American religious ceremonies. Keith.
Shit. I don't know.
I got it.
Just
Don't
guess?
know.
Guess?
Throw out something.
Yes.
Is it mushrooms?
It's not mushrooms. Amanda.
Ayahuasca.
It's not ayahuasca. Angela.
Name a drug that isn't ayahuasca or mushrooms. Hold on, stop. Hold on, name a drug that isn't ayahuasca or mushrooms. Any drug.
You can't do this.
I'm thinking out loud.
She is stalling.
I can.
5, 4, 3,
2. Hold on.
1.
Whippets.
Whippets.
What?
You think? No.
No. Amanda, you,
Religious
see, you can't
Wait.
get points, but you.
I don't know if this is right. You know that plant that like looks like a weird like lily thing, but it's also if you cook it you could die, but you could also get a little like.
I don't think that's. I don't
Okay.
know. I can't. I don't know.
Okay.
The answer though is peyote.
Peyote! I said ayahuasca.
I don't think I realized that.
Peyote.
I didn't know this. I didn't know that
yeah,
it's illegal for
I didn't know
recreational
that's
use except for.
Yeah, peyote.
Amanda, go ahead.
The 5 cents is for 100, sir.
Okay. A sensitive plant, also known as a shy plant, is
Yeah,
covered
that's
in
gonna
tiny
cut.
little hairs that cause it to do what when touched? Angela.
Sleep.
Sleep?
Yeah.
No. Amanda.
You're not doing well. Like recoil, like go into itself.
Oh.
Like sleep.
That is correct.
Oh wow.
Is it a nettle?
Curl up and hide. It reopens after a few moments.
Wow.
It's not a
Well, it
nettle
makes
plant.
sense. It's in the answer.
It's
That was actually an answer.
Exactly. It's in the question.
All right, Amanda, go ahead.
Keep off the grass for 150, sir.
Oh wow.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, she goes to parties.
Miley Cyrus said, "I saw the snakes right away" when she recounted doing this psychedelic drug.
I saw the snakes.
I saw the snakes right away.
Was this shrooms?
This is not shrooms.
Oh my God.
I saw
Amanda,
DMT.
it's not DMT. Angela, you have a chance here. What drug do you think Miley Cyrus did?
Hello?
I don't know any drugs.
Yes.
You guys all play old school RuneScape?
I grew up in church
You
too,
just said
bitch.
whippets.
I know that was the only drug I knew.
Angela, perhaps the answer has been said in previous rounds by contestants or whatever.
Maybe I've said it. Or...
I don't know if you said it.
I know it. I've been trying to say it.
I got it.
Give it. Let them answer.
I got it.
I've been.
I got it.
Let them answer it.
No, you answer.
But I'm bamboozled. I don't know.
Okay, she's bamboozled. Just say a drug, girl.
But what if you? No, I'm overthinking it now.
Watch, look. Just say that drug.
Okay. Cocaine.
It is not cocaine.
Then why did you do that?
Because I didn't want you to
That's
know.
not weapons.
Maybe
You
it is.
can't get points, but do you know it?
Peyote.
Not peyote?
Ayahuasca. That's what I meant to say.
is-
Ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lot of
pretty
cheating.
cool. Doing the most for 100.
Got it. A blind vulture might try to eat
Shit.
the world's stinkiest plant, the carrion flower. What does this plant smell like? Keith.
Shit.
That is not correct. Amanda.
Throw up.
That is not correct.
Shit and barf have been said. So it smells like trash.
Does not smell like trash.
Can I make
I
a
don't
guess?
know. Everyone in the room is freaking me out.
I'm going to give you guys another chance. Let me reread it again, and then you can press the buzzers again. A blind vulture might try to eat the world's stinkiest plant, the carrion flower. What does this plant smell like? Keith.
Flesh.
We'll take that. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Yes.
rotten
Dead?
flesh.
Is it
Kind of
dead?
obvious.
rotting meat or a dead body. So a vulture eats
Death.
dead things. Keith, go ahead.
Stay in school. One green for one honey. Let's go, baby.
One honey.
Flashback to high school biology. Biologist Gregor Mendel used which pod-based plants to study genetics?
Genetics.
Oh my god.
Wow. Whoa.
In AP Bio, I was given extra credit to paint a mural outside instead of doing a test.
Amanda.
Oh no.
You okay?
No.
Oh wow.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I was gonna say snap peas. Dumb.
That is
That
so
is not a
dumb. It's
plant.
also correct.
What?
Peas, pea plants.
What?
You have to trust yourself.
Whoa.
You have to trust yourself. You have to trust yourself.
That's unbelievable. That's really good.
Thank you.
That was crazy.
Thank
Look,
you.
I can't stress
I did
enough.
not trust myself at all. I was like, this is stupid.
I
I'm
can't
an
stress enough
idiot.
for any of these. Just say a plant.
Wow.
Look, it's better than nothing.
Peas, guys. Stop.
All right, we are halfway through, so let's do a quick point check-in. Keith, you have 250 points.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah.
Good work. Angela, you have 0 points.
Good.
And
So you got trust in yourself.
Amanda, you have 300 points.
Whoa. Oh, wow.
So, let's be clear, it's still anybody's game. Like, all these are worth 200.
True.
You could end up with 1,000.
Hundo.
Wow.
True.
Amanda, go ahead.
5 cents is for 150, sir.
All right. Sunflowers are aptly named because they practice heliotropism. What does this mean? Amanda.
They create their own sunlight.
No. That'd be cool, though. Keith.
They blow helium balloons.
No, but that'd be so cool.
Honey.
That's so too.
Angela, we're back to you.
Heliotropism. Okay, stop it. Heliotropism.
If it helps, the god of Helios was the god of the sun in Greek mythology.
And what did you answer?
That they create their own sun, which
And
was
that our
not correct.
And that's not
solar
correct.
system is heliocentric.
But they're called sunflower.
In that it revolves around the sun.
So maybe the sun, do the flowers rotate with the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah!
They follow the movement of the sun.
Of the sun, so they turn.
Angela, you're on the board. Let's stress, this is a hard episode.
I will say, also, the last Pepperdies I've done, I usually enter about now, which is bizarre.
Nice.
Doing good. Right on time.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's look here. Yeah, let's play the way we should. Let's leave them alone for 100.
Okay.
Nice.
A chemist used the beautiful lily of the valley flower as poison in an infamous episode of which popular TV show?
Okay. There's a lot of television.
Yeah.
Yes, but what famous TV shows have a chemist?
I'm trying to, like, that's where I was.
Breaking
Look,
Bad.
Poison.
I am the white guy in the room, so I know a lot about this.
Oh.
Okay, the white
guy.
I feel like any white dude who looks like me loves this show.
Okay.
Oh, a white guy chemist, and
Okay.
it's a famous TV show,
There are no
guys.
chemists in Seinfeld.
Yeah, this guy's cooking.
He's cooking with gas.
This guy's cooking.
You know this show. Angela.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
It is.
Yep. Come on.
Good job. Good
Now
job.
you're in it. Let's go.
Let's go. I love these
Believe in
two.
yourself.
Let's take the SAT together just for fun.
Oh my God. Okay.
Angela, go ahead.
Okay, which one should we do? Let's do doing the most for 150.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay.
So teamwork.
Nice.
Go. The tallest plant in the world is in a California national park. It was named Hyperion, and it is a blank.
Oh, I know this. I know it. I was supposed to go visit these trees, but I didn't go. And it made me forget.
5.
Oh, they're so tall. They're so
4,
tall. They almost burned down
3,
recently.
2,
Oh my God, it's like,
1.
damn it. Oh, come on.
Throw out something.
It's
Come on.
a big ass tree.
All right, Amanda.
Sequoia.
Yes.
Angela.
You guys can't do this shit to me.
That's what I was gonna say.
You guys can't
Not
do this shit
Sequoia.
to me.
You're thinking of a different national park.
Oh my God,
A
no.
different national
What
park.
kind of fucking
There
tree?
are 2 types of big ass trees in California.
I thought one of them was the redwood.
Wait, think about Washington. Think about Washington.
These are the ones that are in Star Wars. Return of the
another
Jedi.
way
Oh my God, that yes.
These are the tallest.
It's gotta be the redwood trees.
are
I
the
would
thickest.
I thought.
Oh my God!
Maybe not.
Duh.
No, I can't do this.
Fire.
Hell,
Fire.
hell is a bunch of people looking at you going, duh, and then it short circuits my
Angela.
brain.
Angela. Fire. Brett. Think of fire. The color of fire.
The color of fire is dark.
What?
It's dark and brown.
Angela.
No, Angela.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
Say it.
Redwood. Redwood.
It is a redwood tree.
Yeah.
We did it, baby!
That's not real.
All right.
I lost my mind.
Angela.
I lost my mind.
We all deserve a treat for that. Keep off the grass for 200.
Oh,
please.
what
Okay.
treat.
An 18th century medical text describes an instance in which a man accidentally fed his family a plant-based drug. His son was attacked with fits of immoderate laughter. What drug was it? Keith.
I think this is mushrooms.
Yeah.
Keith, it's finally mushrooms.
Attacks of laughter. Have fun.
He's like, Daddy! Daddy! Daddy!
Psilocybin or magic mushrooms.
Daddy,
Daddy, I don't feel well!
Look, that's a good method. You just answer the same answer
Until you
until
get it.
eventually it
Ayahuasca.
Let's do leave them alone for 150.
okay. All right. While the oil from this plant is often used on hair, the plant itself is a poison that militaries have attempted to weaponize.
Oh wow.
Hair oil.
Hair oil. Keith.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What's up? Oh. Oh.
Come.
Ooh. Can we come back around to me?
No.
Is this a comeback type situation?
If you want to.
Because I don't know it.
Oil. Oil.
Oil.
Oil. Oh my
Wait.
god.
Go for it.
Oil for him.
Go for it, Amanda.
Castor oil?
That is correct.
Whoa! Whoa!
Believe in yourself!
Wow, I was not.
I love castor oil. It's really good for your eyelashes and your eyebrows and your hair. But you
Yeah.
should not ingest it.
All right, Amanda, go ahead.
The 5 cents is for 200, sir.
Okay. Flowers are the sweetest. When played a recording of a buzzing bee, flowers will do what in anticipation? Amanda.
Think open.
They will, like, I don't know the right word, but they'll like sugar, they'll like bloom where the, not pollinate, but like the sugar on the top of their
I
thing.
think they just open.
Get
I don't
ready
know.
for a bee to go to it.
I'll take it. That is correct.
Oh wow.
They will, when they hear a recording of a buzzing bee, they will produce more sugar. In
Oh,
their
never mind. I was wrong.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So they'll a little bit in their jeans.
Correct. Killed it.
Can we cut that out?
If you'd answered that, I may have said correct. Way
What
to
has this
go.
place done to me?
All right, Amanda.
Going green for 150, sir.
Okay. So this is multiple choice.
Okay.
Thank goodness for wood pulp. This ingredient is in all of the following except blank. A, toothpaste. B, cheese wheels. C, nail polish. D, shredded cheese. Thank goodness for wood pulp. This ingredient is in all of these except for one of them. Toothpaste, cheese wheels, nail polish, shredded cheese. Amanda.
Nail polish.
It is in nail polish.
That's crazy.
Keith.
Cheese wheel. Cheese wheels.
It is not in cheese wheels.
What are the other two?
Toothpaste
think-
and shredded cheese.
Didn't he get that right?
Yeah, he got that right.
Oh. Oh, I got it right. I thought I got it wrong too.
Cheese
no.
wheels.
Cheese wheels is correct. So wood pulp is in toothpaste, nail polish, and shredded cheese.
Wow, we really use all of the tree, man.
We really do.
We just don't let them live.
We put it in cheese and everything. Keith, go ahead.
Oh wow, me again.
It's you, baby.
Let's say doing the most for 200.
Okay.
Yeah.
A flower called the Juliet cost $3 million to grow and has been valued at $15.8 million, making it the world's most expensive flower. It is an ultra rare version of this commonly sold flower.
All right, hold on. I'm like not really paying attention here. All right, what the fuck?
What does this
Tuesday.
flower
Let's
look
go.
like?
I don't know. It must be
What's it called? The Juliet?
Juliet.
That's what it is. It looks like it's like a peonies, but it's a rose.
But it's worth how much?
15.8 million.
It
was
also
valued at.
looks
Oh my
like,
God.
I don't know, something in the body.
All right,
Lots
Keith.
of layers.
Okay, so I could go between leave them alone for 200 or going green for 200. So I'll let you choose for me.
Oh, that's really kind. What do we think about leaf and alone?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do
Love it.
Okay. Beauty is pain. The deadly plant nightshade was used in eye drop form by women in Renaissance Italy to do what? Amanda.
To get rid of redness.
No.
Cool.
Angela.
Eyeliner or eyeshadow?
No. Keith.
Was it to clear their eyes?
Doesn't Nightshade
It's
do
not to clear
something
their
in
eyes.
old
Wait.
school?
But I'll let you guys go again. Amanda.
To go to sleep.
No.
I know it's using
guess
herb
the
lore.
Nightshade.
I
It
don't
was an
know.
eye drop.
Is it to get rid of?
Angela.
Is it to like make their eyes like darker? Like their pupils? Like make their eye color change? How many answers can I put in one?
What's that papa?
Like change their eye
You know what?
color.
Lighten their eyes.
I'm gonna give it to you because you said pupils, and it is. It's
To make their pupils bright, change.
not change. Well, I guess technically the truth, it's enlarging their pupils. So it is changing them a little bit.
Wow.
It makes
Good
their
job.
eyes look
That's great.
bigger. So they're putting nightshade into their eyes.
That's kind of
The
fucked
fuck?
up.
People still do that?
I don't think people. I wouldn't.
Yes.
I highly.
People do crazy shit.
Would highly not recommend that. Angela, you got that correct, and we have our last category here.
Keith, which one do you want?
Okay, going green for 200 points. Willow tree bark was used to treat pain and fevers for thousands of years and became the basis for this popular over-the-counter drug. It's a tough one. Angela.
Ibuprofen?
It's not ibuprofen.
Over-the-counter drug?
Over-the-counter drug.
Like ingesting drug?
Yeah.
I know this.
I'll give you guys a guess, then I can give you a hint.
What did you
Tylenol?
It's not Tylenol.
What did you say?
Ibuprofen.
Oh.
Ooh.
Like an antihistamine, like an allergy. No, that's not right.
Last
5,
popular one would be
4,
NyQuil.
3, 2,
Antihistamine.
You can't just say antihistamine.
Is it like an allergy?
It's not allergy. So, look, let's put it back out there. I would say this drug, probably very specifically used for anyone who's at risk for heart stuff, I would say is typically. Keith actually was.
Is it like Motrin?
It's not Motrin.
No,
Amanda.
Bayer aspirin.
It is aspirin.
Oh, wow.
Aspirin?
Lord.
Yeah.
Bayer.
Okay, before we get into this final Jeopardy, Keith, you have 800 points.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit.
Angela, you have 600 points.
What?
Came back. That was good.
Dang, bitch.
Amanda, you have 850 points.
Yes! Bayer aspirin. Every
Bayer
grandfather had
aspirin.
that.
All right, and it's time for Final Jeopardy.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So buckle up. All right, we are now into Final Jeopardy, and in front of you are 5 different types of vegetables that you'd find at the store, greens that you'd find at the store. These are all found in your common organic spring mixes. I don't know if you guys like salads or not, but these are all relatively found in them. So you are going to go in order and try to name all of them, and you will get points for each one you get correct. Full disclosure, before I saw the answers to this, I only recognized truly, confidently one of them.
Whoa. Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
So there's 5.
Leafy greens.
Got it.
Some nice leafy greens.
I love me some leafy greens.
I don't eat a lot of these types. Dude, I'm a broccoli, Brussels sprouts, asparagus guy. Those are the greens that I'm
This
eating.
is like my favorite thing to eat.
Me too.
I don't eat a lot of salads. I like salads. I just don't eat them that often.
Yum. This one's good.
Oh, man. What the
Easy.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't really recommend eating too much of this one raw.
I just did it. Not fun.
I'm just looking at it. It's just it's just cool. All the veins. Like you know how it looks like veins when you look at it. Tell me it doesn't.
I'm just struggling on this bad boy. What are you?
You guys have a minute left.
Okay.
Okay, let me
Make
try
your
this.
decisions.
All right.
I have never had icy plants in my life. This is like crazy.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
You guys are gonna
Hands
get mad at
down.
me.
Why are you showing yours?
All right. We may reveal our answers and now. All right.
You're gonna get.
Okay. All right. So first off, Keith, you only answered 2 of them. Did you just didn't know the others?
I didn't know shit. I didn't know where to start. I know that's not romaine, but that's all I could think of.
Okay.
Yeah, and the collard greens, that's definitely collard greens.
Okay.
Ah! Yeah.
That's collard greens, right?
All right. Let's start here.
Okay.
Let's start at number 1.
Okay.
What we have here is mustard green.
Yes!
Damn it!
And
You're
see,
cleaning up,
This
bitch.
is why the ability to taste them and
I like
stuff. 'Cause
greens.
I
They're
looking
spicy.
at it, I thought it was kale, but then
It's
it's just
spicy.
very clearly
Too
not
bright.
kale. Garnish.
That's what the restaurants call it.
You're thinking of parsley.
It does look like a garnish, though.
It looks
does.
like it.
It does.
Moving on to this guy. This is called radicchio or red cabbage.
Does cabbage
Yes,
count?
baby.
We'll take, yeah, sure. We'll give
Red
it that.
cabbage. I love a radicchio salad. Honey,
Keep eating it.
stop
Sorry.
eating it.
I can't help it.
But it's not romaine. Sorry, Keith. But we will take cabbage, red cabbage specifically, but Angela, good job.
Oh.
Next up, we have chard.
Yes, baby.
Chard here.
Red chard.
So way to go, Amanda.
Good job, Amanda.
I like my greens.
For sure.
Now, this one is frise or?
Frise salad.
Frise salad.
A frise salad. Oh my God, that's so good.
I would have guessed dandelion greens.
I just wrote leafy greens, and I know it's not right.
I wrote iceberg, and I know it's not iceberg.
No, definitely not.
So I guess nobody gets anything for
No.
this.
I just said leafy greens.
And
Pretty
last
cool.
up, congratulations to everyone. This is collard greens.
Yes!
Way to go.
So that's the only one I got, of course.
All right. We have the final scores now. Keith, you ended up with 900 points.
Yes!
I did it.
Good. Angela,
Incredible.
you ended with 800 points.
I'm shocked.
Pretty good.
Shocked to even be on the board.
Amanda, you got 1,250 points. You are the plant queen today.
Yes.
Mother
go.
Earth is my bitch.
Bow down.
Yes.
Thank you guys for competing. Thank you for watching. Go eat some plants.
Shrimp.
The good kinds. Don't eat the poisonous ones we talked about.
Yeah.
And comment down below what other categories and things you'd want us to quiz ourselves on. And we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Ages pass, distorting self-delusion into faith. Is it too loud? Too bad. Few obtaining the revelations they so desperately seek. In a conflict between the divine, are mortals mere pawns? Whether the flesh of gods or death itself will all be consumed? Because we gotta kill that guy, right? Or she must. Or she must what? Feed? Oh shit. I take her to McDonald's. That's me, by the way.
Boris, forgive me. Let's do this weapon of deliverance to a worthier servant than I.
Oh wait, that's not me. Oh shit, it's the guy from the cinematic. The same.
You never possessed the metal for this, Crusader.
Is his head gonna fall down? Dude, I was waiting for his head to fall down there. Well, now what?
No.
Oh, shit. Okay,
Shit.
this is my... Okay, are these... Okay, these are my different classes. Oh, shit. Okay, alright, let me move it down so you guys can see. Okay, so we have Hollowed Knight, a champion knight whose loyalty to the
I mean, you guys
cleric
played
and Hallowed Sentinel
Lords of the
supplies
Fallen yet?
focused on physical prowess bolstered by Radiance. Radiance sounds like faith-based bullshit. We're not gonna go with that. Urianger Werewolf, a hardened champion from the land of Uber Danger, who has proven themselves worthy of people's honored rank of werewolf by competing for the requisite ancient trial which few survive. A devastating but lightly armored class driven by raw strength for good or ill. Man, guys, I wonder what I'm gonna play. Let's look at the other ones. Can I move them around? I can. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, next. A dutiful Mornstead fighter whose sorrow and ruination, a strong and dependable all-round class. Alright, so he's basically just a knight. This guy looks pretty cool. Alright, decent enough. Mornstead Infantry. A seasoned Mornstead. Ooh, that's a polearm. Got the Halabardo right there. That's a good one. Ooh, I don't know, boys. This is a hard decision. This is a real hard decision, but it is a Dix. Yeah, it does have Dix. Not strength, so we don't want to have that. But let's look at the next one. Black Feather Ranger. Okay, so we have John Bloodborne. A member of the elite band of rangers who patrolled the forests of Yarnum before the terrible curse, born of grief, lay waste their home. An accessible class ideal for those who prefer versatility over a more focused approach. All right, got it. That sounds pretty good. And yeah, we're not going to go with this, but this is decent enough. I like this. Exiled Stalker. It's an advanced class. A former Imperial Assassin. A challenging class to master, but also an lethally effective one. We're not gonna play this, but some like rogue pussy shit. I think we're about to play some rogue pussy shit. No, that's not gonna happen. Next. Orient. Oh, he's fat. We don't want to play this guy. He's a fat ass. Physically vulnerable class relying on radiance. Bro, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, bro, fat Gandalf? No, bro, like, this is not gonna happen. Alright, next. Pyrrhic Occultist. A fervent worshipper of Adir, who is sworn to see the natural order finally restored and humanity's one true god return to his rightful place as their ruler. A high-risk class reliant on proficiency in Inferno. This is pretty fucking badass. And then we have... what is this? The Wretch. Yep. A wretched prisoner who has suffered indescribable torments, whether there was ever any truth to their guilt or not. A class for those who would rage at fate and throttle adversity with unflinching, blood-soaked hands. Pick at your own risk. I think I'm gonna go with this. We're gonna probably go with the two-handed sword. I do kind of feel good about this one though, I want to say. This one is quite decent as well. But personally, I think we're gonna go with the big sword. Yeah. Alright, let's go with this. Who could have guessed? Yeah, exactly. Alright, and let's look at the head. Alright. Head A. I'm pretty sure they might not have a lot of this stuff fixed. You have to remove the circle. Oh, I see. Wait, no, I don't think it's really ready yet. Move the dot. I'm trying. It didn't work. Let's try hair. Oh, God. Okay, so Karen hair. All right, that's kind of cool. Okay. Jesus. I think I might go with this. Yeah, I might go with this. Oh, I could just go with that. I mean, shit. I think that works. What else? Okay, some like Roman hair. Leonidas shit going on. Bald. Absolutely not. Oh my god, that's a girl's haircut. Alright, no, I don't like that. No. Okay. That looks pretty good. That looks like that guy from Good Mythical Morning. Rhett? Oh god. Oh shit. I feel like we might have to go with this. Yeah. We might have to. Wait a second. No, maybe not. No, you guys don't think so? Okay. No, not a fan of this one. No, we're not gonna go with this. What do you guys think? I think I could just go with this. What do you think? Looks fine. Yeah, I think it's decent, man.
Fuck it, we're gonna run it.
Okay,
God
yeah, we'll
damn it.
stick with that. It's too bad we can't fix the face a whole lot. Oh, there we go. I wonder why some of them work and some of them don't. Okay, now it's working? I think we're just gonna stick with this. Yeah, this one seems fine. We'll go with it. All right, facial hair. Let's look at facial hair. Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I could go with that. Number 2. Oh, this is a bit better. All right. Ooh, shit. That looks decent. What do you guys think? You guys like that? Number 2 looks good. Yeah, I think we might just go with that. Oh, I kind of like this, actually. That, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. 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 I feel like this is like the best one, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I think this is the best one. Okay, and let's look at color for the hair. I'll have it be darker brown. Yeah, actually, that's like perfect. Holy shit. Okay, secondary color. Okay. And then for this. Let's see.
I hate the teleporting tabs. Or the teleporting tiles so much. Teleporting tabs. I'm an Iron Man. I don't even know what those are.
Yeah.
But now these teleporting
Yeah,
tiles
that's really,
are
dude, that
so
looks
annoying.
so good. Oh, it looks fucking great. Yeah, what do you guys think?
Risk.
Needs to be greasier? It's greasy enough, man. It's fine. Yep. You look aware? Yeah, true. Okay, and then tint color result. Oh, God. Okay, we're just not going to move that. It's about like right about here. Okay. And I think we're good with this. Tattoos. Forehead. Oh, I don't want him to have a bunch of tattoos. Yeah. A lot of these, I guess, aren't working yet. Yeah, I guess I can just have like a little bit of shit on his face and that's it.
Fuck.
It looks like scars and shit like that. Yeah, I don't think any of these are working yet. Oh, wait. Oh, they're over there. Ah, fuck it. Who cares? Okay, that's good. And... oh, jeez. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Okay, here we go.
That's a big boy. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Okay.
Fucking get centered. Oh my god, dude.
What about Finn?
Alright.
Jesus. God damn, man. Okay. I think that's about right. Maybe about like right here. All right, we'll see. Let's look at the extremes, okay? 100% large. Jesus. It's Thor from fucking God of War. Oh my god. Large and muscular. Oh, bro, this guy's fucking... Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. I think we're gonna go with, like, this. Yeah, I think that one looks good. Liver King? Yeah, something like that. Dead center? Alright.
I think that'll do it for me.